ships. And he looks out the window and these people are out here on the beach videoing and taking pictures. Look how big this guy is. He's got to be 4 feet long. Huh. Is he eating?
It's a sea otter. No, he's just sleeping. I think he's sound asleep. Got his mouth open. No.
He's eating.
He's eating. Is he eating?
Sure, he's eating a clam. This was the view out our window. We just had dinner. And this is out on the spit. He is just a dog. Okay, there we go. Look at him. Oh, what a ham. What a ham. Look at him. And look at him ride the wave. Da, da, da. We'll have to put music to this. We were down in Seward and we were camped on the water like this. And there were 2 of them that would come in the afternoon and play. And then one afternoon there was 3. And it was like the 3rd one come up and said hello to one of them and then left. And it was so, you know, like, who is this? A distant relative or something, you know?
Relaxing then.
Yes. Here we got a freighter going through. Let's see if we can see the name on it.
Maybe he's got his hand stuck in his mouth.
Okay, the yellow place over there is where we had dinner. Had some yummy fish and chips.
And
Good halibut.
And we had
the boats are coming in. And there's the freighter. Moving over there. He's still out here doing his thing.
take a picture of the 2 kids down there swimming in 38 degrees water.
Okay, where are they at? They are right down there. See them? Yeah.
40 degrees of water. Yeah.
40 degree water. You know what? These are Alaska kids. They think this is a heat wave. It's up to 70 some today.
Okay, you tell me what we're looking at, and I'll see if you're right. Whatever it is, it weighs 105 pounds, and it's a halibut. Here at Homer.
Go ahead. He's videoing the U.S.
There's going to be a few pictures, so here we go. Here's the first one.
Wow.
Wait a minute, I got to touch the
Here we
picture.
are.
Yeah, he says, wait a minute.
K-Bay Trotters. Now this fish is really weird if you're not aware.
So where are you
There's 2
from?
eyes on the same side, and let me show you the other side.
Gregory, Crestline.
So this is the other side of the fish.
Okay, now we're out on the spit, driving back, and over here are the hills where we were driving today, where we saw the moose. And over the water here. Look at all the freighters out here.
The halibuts are coming, their tails are in sight.
Yeah. Okay. All the campers out here, camped out here, all along here. There's no hookups or anything, but these fishermen are out here a-fishing, so they don't care. Now you see over here, there's all kinds of, I think, power hookups. I don't know if they're working or not, but I don't see anybody over here paying for it, so I don't think it's paid. They're not hooked up yet. They're still working on it. And somewhere over there is the RV park on the side of the hill where our house is sitting right now. So we have to go back here on the road into town. Now this reminds me of the road that went to Key West. Okay, we're back to the main part
Homer
now.
Air Station.
Homer Air Station. And this is Starvin' Marvin's Pizza over here. The Lighthouse Village. Oh, we'll come back and check out the village. The Lighthouse Village. Well, here we are. It's a little bit rainy today, but we're taking a drive, and we are up at like way up over top of the city. Skyline Drive. Out looking for moose. There's a spit. At least it's not dusty out there. The rain settled the dust. Look at the big lake. That must be Beluga Lake. That's what yeah, Beluga Lake. Let's see, where's our RV park? Oh, I bet you that's us over there. Right down there. Look at that. There's the RV park. Out there on the water. Wow. Pretty, huh? Yes, indeed. And all the flowers and stuff here.
Did you take this telephoto or what?
I give up. I just took the picture. Ah, look at all the fishermen out here. Boy, and it's raining hard. We're at Anchor Point. Anchor Point. Let's see. Let's turn around here and see what we got here. We have got, it says, Anchor Point, Alaska. North America's most westerly highway point. So all we got to do now is get down to the corner of San Diego, and we've done all 4 corners in 1 year of the United States.
Sorry.
Is he playing with the window?
Yeah, I got water coming
Oh, well, that's okay. Go ahead, babe. Put the window up.
It's all right. I got my little net.
There.
The headboat is... Boy, that guy came in there. Look at that. He's that fat, man. These
That
guys are
tractor's pulling them in here. Yeah, it's raining hard. And they're putting the boat in. Tractor backs them down in there. That's a different way to launch a boat. But
no screwing around there.
you're
Boy,
in fishing country here. These people are serious.
Probably slam on the brakes and he slides right off, picks that puppy up, and away he goes. We'll see if he does that or not.
Yeah.
He's
Look
deep
at that.
enough. Yep,
Dang,
that's it.
that's it.
That's the way we used to have our boat.
Yep. Yep. Right up on there.
So you get the guy on the tractor over here. Where'd the tractor go? There's the tractor. Now the boat's gonna drive up on there? Okay. Giddy up and go, huh?
Is he coming in hot?
Holy cow, that guy?
Yeah. Watch this.
I'm looking for the other one. There he is. He's on it. He is on it. Ow.
There he is. Knock that baby in.
He doesn't even. Is somebody in the water locking? Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's it.
Look at that, man. That's fast load.
Jeez.
Look at this. Huh? This is the top of the road where we came in, and we were pulling the rig and we didn't stop, and this is the little spot that says welcome to Homer and all the beautiful flowers.
And you turn left and you can turn right in on the Homer, Alaska side. Right on the other side of the bush.
Yeah. Yeah, the sign came up too quick when we were coming in the other day. But there it is. Here we are. There's John and Hap in front of the Salty Dog Saloon out on the Homer Spit here. Okay. Boy, it's about 9 o'clock in the morning here on July 27th, huh? Yes. And this is low tide. Low tide. Look at the beach. And this afternoon about 3 o'clock will be high tide. Now, today's Sunday. We've been here 6 days. Came in last Monday. And this is the lowest the tide has been since we've been here. And the wind is cold this morning. Cold and windy. Lots of it. It's interesting how the tide goes. Every 6 hours it comes and goes. Changes. All kinds of people out there walking on it this morning. So we should be at 3 o'clock unless it's raining or something. Should be able to see what it looks like when it's all covered up here, so you can see what difference it is. Okay, the tide has come in. Now this morning when I videoed here, remember the big boulders? They're underwater. They are not to be seen. It is windy. It's blowing me off the bench. Huh. Look down there, you can see none of the land we saw this morning. Underwater. Come around here. That's where the big boulders were at. There's Mr. Hap standing there. Hello. Hello. And look down this way. I mean, there were people out there everywhere this morning. There was a lady walking her dog out there, way out there. The dog was barking at something. Yeah. Every 6 hours the tide changes. It is. It's so pretty though. So tomorrow we're going to head north. Wanted to play some golf. We're going to go see, but we think it's too windy to go play golf on the little free park golf course we played on yesterday. You can see the sun is so bright there. Whoa, he's going in front of me. I hope I got him. See? The sun is so bright. Okay, here's our little par 3 we played in Homer. What a place, huh? It's a little bed and breakfast, par 3. You can cross over the road and go play the other side there. There's 2 holes over there. And it was a tough little par 3. It was beautiful. Bye everybody. And way up there, with 2 holes up there, and there's the little house. Beautiful. What a view. And here's the other side of the road, and what a view, huh? Looking at a glacier. Neat little course. Neat little course. There you go. What time is it? Almost 7 o'clock. Beautiful. They were having a family gathering. Now these are Russian people that have this. This is like a little Russian community in part of this town. Okay, they're still out there playing. It is Kamachak Bay Links par 3 golf bed breakfast. And there's the links. Okay, this is where we're at. And this is where we stayed last night. And this property belongs to some people that live up there, and that's his runway for one of his airplanes. He lives up there past the motorhomes and RVs, and he lets people come in here and stay. Just clean up your mess when you leave, no charge. And right across the street, let's see if we can get it in the sunshine here, the little airport. Yeah, it's a busy little place because it's where all the people charter planes and go places too out here, and people have their planes. And yesterday when we came in, Mr. Hap got to direct traffic for a while because somebody decided not to pay much attention to the lines on the road, and a pickup truck sideswiped an ambulance en route to the airport with a person that was going to be transported. So there was quite a mess when we pulled into the place here. And the rescue squad came over and they said they needed help directing traffic for a little bit while they cleared the road and got everything going. So anyway, Leonard and Charlotte are here, and Anna Marie and Bob, friends of theirs from New Jersey, and they're off kingfishing this morning. We're going down to see how the sockeyes are doing.
Going this way.
And we're going down the path.
Right.
Okay, here we are at one of the walkways. This is where we just walked down a path from where we were parked. Where we are parked. We're going to go down here. This is where we were at last night. I didn't bring a camera because it was sprinkling. They have these really neat walkways to go down to the water. See the forest over here? Going downstairs. See? Nice, huh? All the way down there to the river.
We're on both sides.
See, this goes up there to another spot that goes down the same way we're going. Up here.
And then another spot up there.
Yeah, all along the river. This town,
Made for
Soldotna,
fishermen.
on the Kenai River, has 10 city parks. Yeah, they're out fishing in the boat out there this morning. Huh? Okay, here we are looking. What are we doing? Looking up the river. And that's the direction that the salmons are going, the sockeyes.
But the water is running the other direction.
Oh yeah, because they're going up. Now we were down here last night watching them catch. Right down here were the 7 guys that we met. One of them was from Southern California, and they were filleting their 42 fish and gave one of them to us. All filleted. Boat. Fishing. Has this guy got one over here? No, he don't got one. See, they throw it out there, let it float, because the salmon do not eat while they're going upstream. They swim with their mouth open, and if the hook goes in their mouth and catches them, yeah. Oh, I see them down there. Yeah.
Yeah, let me float down. That's cool.
Oh, look at that.
Nice one.
Yeah,
Oh, nice
look at that one.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Hot fish. Taking back to the ladder. Find yourself a rock there. Oh, another Lego one too. Hey, you're having a lot of fun at it.
Wow, look at
Oh, another big one.
man. Oh.
Well, you know you're going to be limited out before you know what you're doing.
Okay, here's the rest of the parking place we were at. No generators. 9 p.m. to 7 a.m. Now we're going to go by the guy's house up here. Okay, we're just coming up on the driveway of the guy that owns all this. There he is, and there's his little airplane. Pretty neat, huh? With the moose. Okay, now we got a big rack of horns on him. Is this male or female? A little one. Oh, don't like all this traffic. Don't like all the traffic. Okay. Well, I didn't get the camera fast enough. These 2 dogs were posed on the rocks while their masters took pictures of them there. Now there's about, what, 75-foot drop down here from where we're standing?
Oh, about 80, yeah.
Yeah, so we're looking out here over the
Tide's out.
Cook Inlet, and the tide is way, way out there.
There's a freighter out there, and I think there's one over there too.
Yeah. I'm not sure which, well, that's the west, what we're looking at over here even. And this is the end of the Kenai Spur Highway. Up here at Captain Cook State Park. Look at all the way down there. Tide is way out. Way out. And this is part of the Cook Inlet, which we've seen at various places. We will see again when we drive back up to Anchorage. It's big. There's a freighter way out there. Possibly heading in towards Anchorage.
Turn around and take a picture of this thing over here. It doesn't really look like a freighter. I wonder if those are oil wells out there.
And here's our moose back again. Well, this one don't have horns. Didn't the other one have horns? Oh, it
This one's
does.
got horns.
Okay. I just pranced right across the road. Now let's see if you're going to stay on that side of the road. Yep. And look what we found. Mama and twins. Mama and twins. Look at this. Oh, very nice. Something else. Flicking away the flies and mosquitoes.
Seem to bother very much.
Nope. They're just chowing down.
Beautiful animals, aren't they? Yeah, pretty.
Look at those little ones. Boy, they snuggle up to their mama on the other side. Oh, there we came out ahead there. Oh, shoot. You tell he was a local. He's done that before, huh? No. Now what they're eating is those fireweeds. I mean, Mama just takes a whole bite and she's got the whole plant at one time. And little one's doing the same. so good. And we are right outside of Kenai. Just north of where we were staying at Beluga Park. Beluga Lookout.
Across the road. Nope, let's go on the other side of it.
Okay.
Oh shit.
We're going across the road. There we go.
Just decided you wanted to pass the road.
Well, they're safe and sound on the other side. They were both getting a drink of milk, but I didn't get the camera up here fast enough. So I guess we'll say goodbye. They're off to the... What's that I hear? Kingfish?
Kingfish tomorrow?
Kingfish.
Yeah, go tomorrow.
We're talking about
This is the
Kingfisher
last
Film
day.
tomorrow.
We're not talking about that kingfish.
Oh, okay.
Amos's buddy.
And there's a Charlotte, and there's a Heifers. And the last time we were together was in Deming, New Mexico, 3 years ago.
Now,
And
where
now-
did you stay in Deming?
Escapees Park.
Yeah.
Where's that?
You know where you guys stayed? When we met you there?
Yeah.
Okay, where you came out of your park and you went around the big curve to get back on the freeway?
Yeah.
Well, you guys are going the opposite way, so you
Yeah.
the other way.
And they're from New Jersey, and that's Bob and Anna Marie.
There's a gas station on one side of the highway and then the dream catcher's on this side.
So we always stay there because it's.
It's Escapee and I think it was $9 a night.
Yeah.
Hey, I'm going to tell you something.
Okay, here's a fish of the day.
Nice looking halibut.
Oh yeah. Some halibut
You
steaks.
don't get it fresher
No,
than
no.
that.
Okay, here
He
we
sliced
are.
it up
here,
for us.
and here's the other fisher lady. She's got her fish
Got
of the
her
day.
fish.
Oh yeah,
Something-
yeah.
What a day. What a day, huh?
How many pounds is that? How many pounds do fish?
This here's 6 pounds.
That's a 6-pound fish? Okay.
And-
Stand by. Okay. Okay, now I'm back on. So this is how many pounds?
This is
14.
14
14
something.
pounds.
Yeah.
All right, look at them steaks.
Now imagine
Oh,
what
eat your heart out,
300
folks.
pounds look like.
And we're going to eat them all before we leave.
That's right.
All right.
Trail on our way to the falls. This is their marathon here. And as John said, it's Meals on Wheels. Because they'll get to the bears first before they get us. So anyway, let's take a look up here and around where we're at here. Look at all this. There's our pathway. We're going to go 2 miles. We've gone 1, right?
Yeah.
Better height right.
Okay, we're a little bit further up the trail or down the trail. We're not sure.
We're up the trail.
We're en route to the Russian Falls, and this is the ice field, glacier, whatever, way off
know
in
the
the
name of it.
distance. And we're down here, way back here is us.
It's called Peruski.
Oh man,
Okay.
on the road again. You gotta stare at the water for a while.
Oh,
before
right,
the fish
right
come
in here, close up to the rocks.
Oh man. We're gonna walk down there and get a closer view because it's all full of salmon. Going up here.
There's only one road in there.
Yeah.
I think it's silver.
See, that's the males that get the bright red. They say. Yeah. Oh man.
All the way down there.
see it? I just saw it.
Yes, I did. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw them jumping down there. Can you imagine they're trying to jump up this fall to get up there because this is the last
He's coming back
stretch.
down. He's coming back down.
See, they have a hard time. Look at that. Trying to get through there. Oh, that guy's way up. Okay, we're going to leave this on for a little bit and see if I can get some on the camera here. No, he didn't make it. Okay. Oh, you can see them good. Look at this. This is solid. These are ones that are getting up their courage to go, or they've tried a few times and they're resting. Because when you go from there, you go up the falls.
How could you get down here? See where the water goes.
Now these.
You can reach down and grab that if you want to.
Oh man. Okay, we just came down the side of the hill here, hanging onto the trees and the rocks.
One jump? One jump right where you were pointing.
Okay, well then it should have been there. All right.
There's another one.
All right, I'm just going to leave the camera here for a minute and see what happens. We're standing on a rock out here on the water with a big old tree beside of us, holding us up. There's John and Ellie and Leona and Stan. Way up there. Now we came down, 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 down. Oh yeah, and that's when we walked across that little ridge. Ginger did that. I did it. Oh, there was one. I watched them jump. Yeah. All right. Keep it up, girls. Just keep jumping. There was one. Yep. Okay. Yeah. You probably get smacked in the head, huh?
Right on the edge there, you can see their fin. Right on the edge right there.
Holding on. Oh yeah. Okay.
You know that water's bubbling right there?
Yeah. Working hard, Roy. Working hard. Yeah, because see, right below here is where the big pond is, or the pool where it's just solid. It's solid fish in there. And then they go to the first jump and the second jump. go down about 3 layers. Look at it. Ginger Lee. Oh, Ginger Lee. There she is.
Okay, I'm gonna move a minute. 1 second, they're gonna take a picture. Okay.
Oh, look at this. We are further downstream now from the falls, looking for the fishermen and the bears.
Way out there. See him?
See him?
Oh, there's a fisherman way down there. Let's.
There's one right here.
Okay, there's somebody out there. See, the last section we were at by the falls, there's no fishing there. You can't fish for the salmon back there. So we are walking down here. We just met a couple that had caught a nice big one, all filleted. And then we're going to go on here and see what else we got to see. There goes Mr. Hap with the red shirt. That's the one for the bear. We're looking for bears. There was one here earlier. Okay, so this guy's fishing for rainbow. Is that what you said? Rainbow trout? Yeah. Because you can't catch the red salmons here. This is still a no zone. This is a no zone. Look at this. This is our path here, this rock's at. Okay, out here on this big old rock, looking back up where we just walked down through. Look at this here. Wow. Look at this. Hello, Mr. Hap. I'm not sure if I'm videoing this for insurance purposes. Hey, all right. I watch you. Hey. Ta-da! You're something else. You. Now we should be able to see the red. Down there is a big fish in the water.
Oh, look, the fish over here!
Oh my God, look at all of them out here. Okay, we're back to where the fishermen are at. I'm not sure. This is like rainbow. It says catch and release, so we're not sure what's going on. One thing says they're catching them. Now the guy caught the red one. He could take the red salmon, I guess. You can't take the rainbow. Okay, I'm confused, but that's okay. That's okay. And there was a guy we met earlier that had to part with one of his fish for a bear. So I'm not sure if we really want to see that or not. It would be neat to see, but I think I would like it if I was on the opposite side of the water. Yeah, look at this. Beautiful, huh? Busy, busy people. Okay, we're saying goodbye to our little campground in Soldotna. We had lots of fun. There stands our friends that we met, Stan and Leona from Mission Viejo. They've started full-timing 3 different times, and they're probably going to be starting it again. So here we are, and this is the Sterling Highway, and that street ahead of us is called Kalifornsky. Yeah. In the book, they call it K-Road, K-Road. They don't even want to spell Kalifornsky Beach Road. But that's where we got our good fish down there. And the road we're heading out on is the Sterling Highway. And we'll cross over the Kenai Bridge down here, the Kenai River, where we did a lot of fun things. There's the river. It's deserted. They're all fishing elsewhere, heading home with all their fish. Oh, we're heading up the road to Anchorage here. Looking at the glaciers over top the trees. Pretty. Between Wasilla and Glen Ellen on our way to Valdez. Going up and down and little windy roads. Beautiful day. This here is called Long Lake. Just pulled over and let somebody go flying by. We're not into flying by. Climbed up the hill. This is the Glen Highway. Glen Ellen Highway? Glen Highway, I guess it is. Glen Highway. Pretty, huh? Quite a bit different scenery than what we have seen since we've been here in Alaska. Different on this road. We're on the rough section of the road, so this might be a little too close. Down the hill here. Look at all this. These are streams from the mountains and glaciers that are melting. What this is. And that water's moving fast. Fast. Thousands and thousands of years. Glacier melt off, washing through there. And here's another glacier. Ah, there's a good view of it, huh? Whoa. So this is what's melting. A lot of this is what we're seeing running along the side of the road. Very good. Beautiful. Okay, here we are stopped. Here's the sign for the name of the glacier that I've been showing you. And this is the line of traffic for road construction and the dust ahead. So we're sort of just sitting and waiting. Some people are walking around, getting stretching because it's one-lane traffic. And there's the dusty trail ahead of us. And down below are the guys working in their big old whatevers, putting another road section down there. Oh, there's the glacier right there. Wow. Now we're not sure if this is a section of the road that was done damage during the earthquake last fall, or if this is just because of the frost heaves that's so bad in this area here. Okay, we're still going by the glacier. Goes all the way through behind the trees. All along it. Now there's a whole big section of this because I saw some white. It goes really deep down compared to what we're actually seeing the white of because of all the dirt and stuff that is collected on it. Now you can see the road got a little rougher.
Quite a bit rougher.
Yeah. This is covered wagon style. Well, a little bit better than covered wagon. Not quite sure how far we gotta go on this, but my understanding is we got a little ways to go here. How far this thing goes. And up here, it wraps around the back of the hill. There was a semi just went by loaded with smashed cars. We decided those were the cars that didn't make it through this. And they're putting about 4 feet of crushed gravel on top of this because they have to do that for the frost heaves. So you're talking, they got a long way to go before they're done with this road. Is all glacier back there in that corner. Look at that. There's a piggy. And of course, long time ago, this was full of glacier. You can see the hills have no vegetation on them. After the glacier goes away, takes many hundreds of years before there's any nourishment in those hills whatsoever. Back to climbing up the hill here now. Traffic going up there. Now we've met some people that came through this section in the rain. The dust is a lot better than the rain stuff because this stuff was stuck to their cars and their RVs and their trucks like clay. Hard. Yuck. Sure, but I think that's the road way over there on the ridge. We're gonna go down around. This is serious construction work these guys are doing. Retaining wall they're putting in over here.
This one's right on the edge of the cliff.
Yes. Wow. It is down there. Way down there.
So you don't have KFC. Great for lunch or bring the fun for dinner. We'll enjoy that special taste of the Colonel's recipes. So come on to KFC Wasilla. They're ready when you are.
Well, the blasting they did here.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
So, are you thinking about those plans?
The way the story goes, Dad Stevens went back to Valley somewhere in April. Some say he
All
missed the salty air.
the mesh stuff
Others say
hanging there to
no.
prevent stuff from falling, or if it falls, to fall straight down.
Yeah, because we don't want to go down over that side right there.
No, 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 I already showed that side down there. We don't want to go up there on that little road either.
Probably they're blowing it out at, right?
Yeah. This whole section, they're taking this out of here. Load after load, huh?
Pushing it over the side. Either that or terracing it so it doesn't.
Yeah.
With just 6 weeks remaining in the championship hunt, the points battle fires up. Play tomorrow's Kansas City shootout this Saturday at North Star.
There's a motorhome pulling this trailer. Yeah, around the corner we go, huh? pillars. Pour cement in those pillars, probably.
Yep, for the bridge.
Wow. Yeah, because we're going to go across the bridge right here.
I come up here and go to work. Make a lot of money.
Retaining wall they're putting in here.
I guess.
Man. Back here and then we come back right around. There's the glacier way off over there, Jim. Still on our little road here. Looks like we're coming to the end of the one lane because we've got another pack waiting to come through. Okay, we are on the Richardson Highway en route to Valdez, and what we are looking at is Mount Drum. Mount Drum's volcanic history suggests that it was probably a taller stratovolcano like Mount St. Helens rather than a broad, bulky shield volcano like Mount Wrangler. During one of its eruptive episodes beginning 500,000 years ago, Mount Drum spewed lava skyward, building the main vent perhaps 4,000 feet higher than its summit is today. Look at this. Oh, this is beautiful. Cataclysmic eruptions between 240,000 and 100,000 years ago blew the top off of Mount Drum, causing a series of avalanches and mud flows that spread mud, ice, and house-sized rocks over 80 square miles. Outcrops of this massive flow are exposed in the cutouts near Chitina, more than 52 miles from Mount Drum. So that's Mount Drum, and then behind it is Mount Sanford. Let's see, we got a little bit of haze today. There's Mount Drum, Mount Sanford, and then over here is Mount Wrangler. Look at this. Oh, wow. All around here. There we are sitting up there. Now, okay, it doesn't say Cider Peak. Okay, reading a little bit further. This is the Copper River. Thinking it was a lake, it's not a lake, it is the Copper River. Beautiful. Very good. And there's the road we just came down. Okay, back to the drawing board. This is Willow Lake. On the other side of the trees is the Copper River. Okay? Okay. Very good. Okay, Mount Drum is how tall?
It's 12,010 feet.
Okay.
The next one, Mount Stanford,
Yes.
is 16,237 feet.
And that sits way back there, huh?
And the little peaky one back there
Yeah.
is 13,009 feet,
Uh-huh.
which is Zeniti.
Yeah.
And the Wrangler, which is far right, is 14,163 feet.
Over there. Or here.
No,
Because, see, there's a cloud over that.
That would be that mountain right there, and that little peak right
okay.
there. That little peak out there.
Oh,
which
that's...
is this little one with no snow on it. The
Okay.
little peak right there, that's the one at Zante. That's 13,000. Stanford is the highest one.
Oh, okay. That's
2,000, 6,000.
16.
16,237.
Wow.
Goes into the Gulf of Alaska.
Okay, so we're looking at the Wrangler St. Ellis National Park and Preserve is named for two mountain ranges that form its backbone. The area is larger than New Hampshire and Vermont combined. Only two roads pierce the park, McCarthy and Nabisna. Their miles are rough and lonely.
Here we are coming into Valdez. Beautiful pictures, beautiful, beautiful.
You'll notice there's a different operator at the camera because there's a different operator at the wheel.
Yeah, different operator at the camera because there's a different operator at the wheel, right?
This is pump station number 35.
Okay, 35 miles to Valdez, and we're entering Puget Sound. And this is a glacier up on the hill. And we're on a bumpy road as usual, because there is no smooth roads in Alaska.
Well, let's see. It's probably about 25 miles or so out of Valdez. Look at it. There is water running everywhere. Funny thing is, it seems like we're going uphill and the water's running uphill. Huh.
We should be able, hopefully we can maybe get close enough right over here to get the base of that. Okay, we're a little bit closer. This is one we just shot up the hill. This is Worthington Glacier. And it is quite large. And you can see just how thick the ice is on this from here. Quite thick. Beautiful sight. I hope the film can make the presence of how beautiful this is. And right next door to it, a couple miles away, is another one. It's a little bit smaller, but it's a little bit higher. And this whole area is just surrounded with them. Let's just pan around and show you how beautiful this is. If everything comes out good. This is the road we're going into Valdez with. About 25 miles out right now. And we went through some beautiful country just like this. All nothing but hills. Just beautiful. And this really isn't the best picture of all of it either. There's a lot better views than this. Just a little straight up right here, not much, and we have a raging river over here on the left hand side, which they are rafting in, but we haven't seen anybody yet, but that's what they raft in over here on the left. I'll try to get a view here someplace.
We got a pullout coming up. We do.
Bridal Veil Falls.
Okay, we came to a pullout so we could get a picture. This is Bridal Veil Falls. All the way down here. This is glaciers melting everywhere. Have been for hundreds of thousands of years. There's a rainbow. I don't know if it's going to show up, but I see the rainbow. Okay, let's look back here. This is where we just came down. That's beautiful. Oh man. Okay. Ooh, you can feel the cool air from it too. It's moving, huh? It's moving. keeps it moving. Look at here. There's the waterfalls coming down. There's another waterfalls coming down. Look at that one there, all the way up there too. Down around. And there we're going to go around in. Let's see, hopefully the rainbow is going to show up here. From a different view, same waterfalls, half-mile down the road, when we see the sign that says Horsetail Falls. So now we're going to turn around and get a shot of this one. Look at that. Right down to the bottom. And there's the little one that was beside the Bridal Veil Falls. Look at that. Boy, you just feel the coolness from that. Unbelievable. Okay, here we are in Valdez, our RV park. This is my view out my dining room window, looking up at glaciers melting, running down the side of the hill. And I'm going to zoom in on this sign out here because this is very interesting. Our truck parked over there because it's a little snug here. Positively no trespassing. Men will be gut shot. Women will be held in captivity. Children will be sold into slavery. Dogs cooked in wild rice. All survivors prosecuted. This is for the area over here where the water and the stuff is out there. I guess because it's mostly like a marshland, and then that over there is the bay. And around the other side are all kinds of boats and then everything else that we'll video later.
That would be the Gulf of Alaska.
The Gulf of Alaska, yes. And it is a beautiful day. Got in here last night, dry docked at the other end. Okay, Little Lulu RV Park is where we just got our tickets to go out on the Glacier Wildlife Cruise on the Lulabelle boat. Now I'm going to show you a picture of their house.
Or I can walk back and get a t-shirt.
Okay, here's the house.
Sweat running under my arms and I need something to catch on.
Look at this cute little place here. Now this couple here lives here in the summertime. And they have a boat that we're going to go out on, the Lulabelle. And when they close down for the fall, they get on their boat and they sail down to Seattle by their children and their grandchildren. Isn't that neat? And that was half babbling before about going to get a t-shirt because it is 80 degrees today, so it is quite warm. And we're dressed to go out to the glacier where it's going to be cold. There's the hills, waterfalls. I think there's green hills. This is like down at our campground. And our campground's just down the street, so he went back there to get a t-shirt. Now they have 8 spots here for RVs. Of course, they don't have all the amenities as far as the hookups and everything like that. But let me tell you, they've got a good little business here. And it's their own. Okay, and here's the boat we're going to go on. Here's the harbor. And look at all the boats out here. They got all sizes and shapes of boats. No great big critters though. Not like we've seen at some of the harbors. Airplanes. There's an airport here. Huh. Okay, I'm standing up here on top of the ship now. The boat, not a ship. It holds about 40 people. There's the harbor. There's the harbor. There's a little town. Here's the top.
We're coming back next year. I'll be on this boat talking to somebody else.
Get it down there.
Probably be on my...
There's Hap down there in line.
Oh, we live in San Diego. We've got so many places to go through down here.
He's talking to a couple that we met that moved from Michigan down to Key West. Key West, Florida. So we were comparing notes and talking to them and telling them about the travels. But they really like it down there in Key West.
Suspended, hung by a scale. There's a trap door on the bottom. They give it a squirt. Out go the fish. Fill up that basket. Turn the pump off because you can't keep up with the pump. Weigh that basket load. Open the trap door. Down the fish go. Give it another squirt. Eventually the boat will be empty. Pay the guy cash money. He goes back to fishing, and then the packer comes in and offloads. Now the guys can bring their fish in themselves and offload, like Peter Pan here, but they're going to waste a lot of time. So if they pay a penny a pound to get them offloaded, well, what the heck? They're money ahead. Under the orange crane at Peter Pan dock here, at the high tide mark, you see that big Transvac pump? Well, that pump, even now that's at a high tide mark, you see, and let's see. Have a high tide, low. The tide was high at 11:43, so noon. Tide was high. Now it's going out at 4:47. We're going to have a low tide, but it won't be all that low. It's only going to drop about 4 feet. But even when that, let's say we had a minus low tide, and that pump might be, say, 20 feet above sea level, well, it can, that pump is powerful enough to suck the salmon and blow the salmon clear up to the second story of that building. You see, coming out of the back side of that pump is a big dark pipe. The pipe turns and then goes up the side of that building. Then on the second story of that building up there, the people are, generally knee-deep in salmon, so you just pass the story. You see, it might be pink salmon and silvers at the same time. I'll tell you why. They get a lot more money for a silver than a little old pink. So they have to get them in the right place. They sort them, get them in the right place. Then the salmon go down to the disassembly line. They come out the other end, all cooked up into cans and ready for market. You know, fishing's a big business in Alaska. Number 2, right behind oil, and always has been a very important part of the economy up here in the 49 states. We have 3 processors in town here. There's Peter Pan, there's our cannery. Behind us, beyond Peter Pan, is Seahawk Seafood. And out here around to the right of the city dock is Nautilus Seafood. Anyway, all 3 take care of the salmon in the season, which means, of course, you have to have seasonal employees. You know, a lot of the employees that work in canneries up in Alaska are college students that come up from the lower 48 to get their college tuition money and, well, I guess most importantly, to get their Alaska experience. It's not a 9-to-5 job, by the way. You don't show up with your coffee cup and cigarette. No, they'll launch you out of bed at daylight, and then slip a couple pancakes on you, and then you're on the slide line till the whole dark. And then off the bed you go for another couple of hours, and pop you up in the morning, and away you go again. No, most students will make it through one season. We don't see too many the second year around, you know, in that they've already have received their Alaska experience, don't you know? Now, of course, the folks who take care of the canning equipment, machinery, and all that variety of that year after year. Now, this area right here that we were leaving from was not always where Valdez was located. The town of Valdez actually started east of us. That'll be off our left-hand side as we're now heading south. In 1870, a couple guys came in here by boats, pulled their boats up to the beach, traded back and forth, built a couple shacks and shanties, and they went right by this spot here. It did not look like this at that time. We did a lot of dredging work and revetment work to get our neat little harbor that was coming out and then all took place now. 1926, earthquake, which wiped it out. Where the town started was off our left-hand side there. You look past the Sea Otter RV park over there, and past that first dock, the big oil-covered barge and the red and white oil skimmer. Down the beachways, you'll see a great big tall cement condominium there. And then to the right of the condominium, there's a lot of Alaska junk settling about. And way down at the end of the bay, where there are no buildings, just to the left of those two black barges there, that's where Old Valdez used to be, where there are no buildings. To the left of those black barges that are anchored way down at the end. A couple shacks, right at the foot of the Valdez Glacier. Now at that time, the Valdez Glacier filled up the whole valley, behind the condominium, way to the left there beyond the trees. And the shacks were built in front of it, a couple of them. About 2.5 miles from the water's edge was where the glacier was at that time. Now the glacier is still in that valley, but it's around the corner and you cannot see it from the road anymore. And that has retreated back, you see. It is what, the Valdez Glacier is what you would consider a Piedmont glacier. Piedmont glaciers are those that come down to the foot of the mountains, but they no longer reach into the sea. You know, that'll be something for you to do tomorrow. Saturday, that'd be a good day for it. Going back down there and see what the Valdez Glacier looks like. And the way you do that is you just drive, like you're going to drive out of town when you don't go out of town, of course. You just go up to our traffic light. You know what you have to do? You have to do it. It blinks orange. Yellow, actually. But we're going to, one of these days, we'll have it even, you know, going to red, green, I think. Anyway, take a left-hand turn at the crowd, and well, yeah, there's a lot of people that like to stand on the side there and watch that traffic light, and go toward the airport. Past the airport you go, past the Glacier Campground, all the way up to the end of the road, then you jump out of your car and away, around the corner you walk into that. Well, okay, so you'll have to, okay, you'll have to climb around the corner, but anyway, you'd be able to see the Valdez Glacier. Tomorrow, that'll keep you busy. As, by the way, everywhere else in Alaska, that's when he discovered gold. Well, back in Utah. Well, I just say that's when the word got out of town. The discovery of gold. Well, those guys first discovered gold. Those rascals managed to keep it a secret for just about a year. By the time everyone else found out about it, heck, all your good claims are already being worked. Certainly. Most of them were filed on anyway. Oh, but that didn't stop them. Thousands of people came north to Alaska and everything. Even had to come here in Valdez. Now, most of the folks who came north to Alaska, you know, because of gold production, they came north by what was known at that time as the Overland Trail. Which, by the way, you know, could start as far south as Southern California, by boat, or ship, to anything that would float for that matter, up the coast of California they'd come, and then Oregon's coast they'd go, and Washington's coast. They get clear to the very northwest tip of Washington State. And there's a place there called Cape Flattery. There they would turn, they'd head eastward up the Straits of Juan-de-Fuca, where they pass the south tip of Vancouver Island, British Columbia. And then they would turn, they'd head northwest and northward up what we call the Inside Passage, which would take them through the beautiful, well-protected, intricate waterways of British Columbia. They'd wind their way around the back channel through the island areas. They'd go clear up into southeast Alaska, all the way to the very north end of Lynn Canal. Now that is as far north as you can go on the Inside Passage by boat. can't go any further north than that. You run up the mountain, you're supposed to see that all. Then they'd have to get off the boat, and there they find me overland, which would take them up the Chilkoot Pass. And the Chilkoot Pass, I'm sure you don't know that. People landing the dock down in Bonneville, Alaska, over years, and looks like on the 4th of July parade, climbing up that icy mountain. Of course, it was winter, and Dottie, Alaska was just, building this little shack right around my store popping up the wall. You haven't heard of Dottie, Alaska? Well, that might be the Dottie. You've heard of Skagway, Dad? Well, Skagway, Alaska, and Dottie, Alaska, little town at the north end of Lynn Canal. Now, both of those towns are right up in the mountains. Each one, has a high about 10 miles apart. But if you went to Waukee, well, you'd have to go 20, 25 miles. Each one is in a little step of the inland. There's north end of Lynn Canal, right up in the mountains. For blue of those towns was hot competition for the miners' business. A lot of miners on this potential areas. Most little towns, anyway, were busy promoting their interests and benefits, and but Skagway went out, you see, because they built the railroad. You know why? Why climb a steep mountain pass when all you have to do is go to sleep on a railroad car? So anyway, Dottie just kind of withered away and died. But you've seen those folks climbing that steep mountain path covered with ice and snow, and check out the next time you happen to see a photo of that. Check out those paths on their backs. They go in somewhere between 40 and 60 pounds each. Those packs are big. You know, one trip up that icy climb was enough to do most anybody in. But how about 20 or 30 trips? Because I'm telling you, that's exactly what they would do. They did over several cups of the path. Then they'd find themselves on a trail winding their way through southeast Alaska for maybe a week or two. And then they would have to cross the border. And they go into Canada. Chilkoot Trail was wind through Canada for maybe a month or two or more, depending on how good a shape they were in, how much stuff they had, and how much stuff they were willing to throw away. Then it was possible. We'll pass along the left-hand. By the way, you can stand on that trunk cabin, and all on top of the white thing if you want. They do not have a lane on the water along it. Just a bird. They say they have the lightest fur. You see, the fur is very, very thick, very fine. It is. Now, of course, sea otters don't sit on these things. Let's do sea otters. Study sea otters. See, they have over 20,000 hairs per square inch. So what else?
Especially when they're...
You know, the largest adult male sea otter they found was 6 feet. From the tip of his nose to the tip of his tail, which is straightened him all out straight. And they'll average around 4 to 5 feet. And when you go to the museum on, let's see, that'll have to be Sunday, because tomorrow's Saturday, you're going to go hike back to the glacier. So Sunday after church, you'll go to the museum, and no, you're not going anywhere. We have some things for you to do. Go to the museum, feel that sea otter pelt. It's big. Not as big as they get, but how fine a fur it is. Oh, by the way,
What is that
they're
one
not going to dive down to the bottom of the bay here. Here, we are in 785 feet of water. They go down about 150 feet or so. Now, notice those rear feet. See how floppy they are? Look a little bit like a like a little kid with pajamas that are too long? I'll tell you what, they can get up and run around like a dog on the land. Seldom though do you see sea otters out of water. This is when where they're the most comfortable. Safest. Anytime they want to get away, down they go, you won't see them again.
Waves come in and they break them.
You know, they were hunted to near extinction in the early days, the late 1800s, the early 1900s, hardly anywhere. So the government put the moratorium on the hunting of sea otters. You can't hunt them, trap them, shoot them. You can't. Listen, you do less time if you shot your son-in-law than if you shot one of these things. Right? You come up just with the sea otters, and they're coming back quite nicely. Oh, maybe too nicely. If you live in California and you lack abalone, because so do these guys, they know how to get it. Now when they want to go fast, of course, on their stomach they go, and they'll go like a bullet. They'll just tuck those little front paws in and fan out those big back flipper feet, and want to go like that.
This is what you call corralling.
I guess so. Herding them on.
They're just posing for us as if, you know, they get paid to do this.
Well, anyways, thanks for what they're here.
He just said that a bunch of them together is called a raft. So that would be called
over at
a
the oil
little raft.
terminal, there's a lot of sea otters that live right over there. Most of them don't live, but I mean, they're hard rock, you know, but they're different. Which when driven by a donkey engine, it's about 2 hours. Some guys have those things. Bigger operators, And you know, a sandmill is driven by a donkey engine. Now a flywheel on a donkey engine weighs 2,000 pounds. For one guy. And carries a flywheel, but I'll tell you what, sandmill can be strong. And carrying along the last garment in the snow, right over there. But the fact that in the spring, real early spring, when the old sourdough made the suggestion of waiting, they waited them. They didn't just sit on their hands for a minute. No, they had the cabin fever bad. Oh, that's out the box. You know, here in Alaska, March and April, people start getting a little strange. Snowing all winter, dark, nasty, damp, cold, changing around. And when you do get around, you have to bring your shovel for it. Snow everywhere. You know, in Valdez, you can't even have the fun of spying on your neighbor. You know, to look out the window, all you see is snow. You have to climb clear up in the attic and peek out the vent. And then, of course, all you see is the chimneys in the attic. No, it's just, you know, I'll tell you what, when you leave your house to go shopping, of course, you walk out to the slot, hit the street, and count how many slots you are from the corner, because when you come back, you got to be right, otherwise you'll have one hand down. All you see is well, it's double coach. That's what the airline tickets to Hawaii sell nice.
Yeah.
Of course, they didn't have that option 100 years ago. So they just kind of start poking around the beach just to see what they get done. Now, when we get a little closer to the beach, keep a sharp eye out and see what we find. Now, sometimes we'll see black bear on the beach. Sometimes we'll see some black-tailed deer. Monk goat, dog, sheep, they're way up high. Usually where nothing can possibly watch them. Not always. See, sometimes they come down low and lick the salt off the rock. Anyway, keep a sharp eye out. Now I know you're all tired of seeing bald eagles, but they know I'm not. Just look for the one head of the adult bald eagle. We're going by one right up here. That's the top of the tree, just up on the right hand side. And he's in the lower part of the tree, just on by up about 100 feet. That was for the white head of the adult bald eagle. We won't see the immature. Oh, they're here. They're as big as the adult. It's just that they're real camouflage. The brown head, all brown bodies with kind of light blondish spots on their chest. Probably much more than fine. Sea lion. We do have, once in a while, we might see sea lion in the lead. If we do, it would be a smaller and their little hearts and seals around. Now, any place the trees are not, that's a good place. You're going to see the bears in the tree anyway. Well, here, entrance is this, these slide areas ahead on the right. Good place for a bear to run uphill. You want to get up to that mountain, you come in slide, and just get a place like that, and we go. They're good drivers. You know a bear can run up that side of that hill right there with his slide area again. Think about if they're 30 miles.
We're coming down these lines and now they're no longer here.
You know, a bear is built just like we are.
Talk about a jet plane up there. Look at that.
It's coming down.
Now we should be coming up on the big waterfall up there. All the fishermen out here.
We'll turn around and go back at it. Yeah.
What is he doing?
Anyway, bears go uphill like a darn. It's when they come downhill, they get to tumbling and falling, and they bounce on their heads and do somersaults. Oh, it's an odd-looking thing. It's really funny. You know, if you are ever chased by a bear, you make sure you go downhill. Don't go uphill. Down. But you know, there is a problem to that. Because, there's always a bottom to the hill, and I'm telling you, those bears get real mad when they bounce on their head and start to fall. We're going to rock a little bit as we go over our own wake, then we'll swing back and see that eagle. Best stay in your car. Don't get chased by a bear.
Yeah, look at all the fishermen out here. Look at this site back here.
Now everybody likes it, don't they?
Yeah.
They were forced down here. Yeah. He didn't want to be a spy. Goats over there.
Well, he's going back here to show us an eagle. I can't remember, did you say it was a young one? Because he was talking young and it doesn't have the white feathers yet.
Saw that up there, and of course all these waterfalls are coming down from Anderson Glacier. They just call it a big one there, Anderson Waterfall. That's up there, they don't have any names. Waterfall is well worth a picture. And it comes cascading down.
Oh, they're having noise. Yeah.
You wouldn't, don't those people look very small, don't they? They're tiny. Things are a lot bigger than
Woohoo! Look at this.
Take a picture now of that cascading waterfall and that steep ravine, and then when you develop your picture, see if you can see those little specks. Those are the people.
Look at
Then you'll get an idea of the sizes.
Oh yeah, they're probably cooking lunch.
The waterfall up here, the Anderson Waterfall,
That
you know that
is
freezes
so
solid in the winter
beautiful.
time? It does. All the waterfalls around Valdez freeze solid in the winter time.
Oh man.
Horsetail and Bridledale Falls that you came by.
I am going to bore my family so bad.
You take a picture like this,
And look at it splits
develop it, that's
because it comes
exactly
down
what
to
they
the
look like
bottom and
in
goes
water.
two directions. Look at this.
Well, except for snow.
Man.
Horsetail and vinyl bales will look a
Look
little
at-
different because there's generally people on them.
No, horsetail.
Can you picture that?
He'd be confused. Yeah. Now see, it splits up there at the top, and it comes down, 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 and it splits again here.
Oh, no, I don't think so.
And that is
Just wait for them to plow the
lots
streets,
of
and then
gallons
you
of
hop in your
water
car,
per day. I
drive
know,
up,
fishy
up you
jumping
go.
out here.
Or up you trying to go. Cars bouncing along, you got the lights on, playing best you know how. I'm going to put on my brake. But it must have worked. Because all of a sudden the car stopped, right door opened up, way it came on going. Door handle held in again. The way it left, she hit the ground and running a second. Had a rule, she had a long way to go to try and push up to her train. That was fast one. You know, what saved Devil's life, stopped the car, was just the right that second when that front end touched down and they were bobbing down the road. The front end touched down, dropped into a ditch, and it just opened up. The right place, right side, swallowed the front end of her two there and stopped the cold. Don't love that. Louisville office, Ethel Star in the ditch, right door open front, and fire is burning in the background. Take this thing photo, and in fact they have some copies of that at the museum. Now not everybody's town had a car. So why have a car if your town is only 4 blocks long? Now those folks who did have cars parked out in front of their houses, some of them were situated that by golly there was a big snow pile piled in front of their car, between their car and where the water rushed in. You know, you get there to snow, you have to put it somewhere, and finally the street ends and they could walk. We're just lined up perfectly in some of the cars, and they weren't damaged by the salt water rushing in, and barely covered them. So those folks got in the cars with, of course, the family, all their closest neighbors, you know, they went roaring up the highway, passed on all the people who were running up the highway. Those that stopped because there's no place to put them. Roared right on by. There wasn't room for a mouth for those guys. Oh, they roared by us and their friends about almost a mile. Then the car stopped. And everybody jumped out and ran and disappeared down the road ahead. Well, Ethel and her friends were hopping and pumping up the highway trying to figure out what in the world is going on up there. It must be that the road was all washed out. Well, by the time the very first runner got up to where the very last car was parked, he looked in the window as he was catching his breath leaning on the left door, and the key was in the ignition of that old Packard. About that time, his friend came up and collapsed on the hood of the Hudson right beside him, took his foot, and the guy yelled, "Oh, hey, key in that car." Keys were in all the cars. So, anyway, he jumped in, turned the key, pushed the button, fired him up, went roaring up the highway, passed on by Ethel, those people that had a step up first earlier. So they went back and picked all the people up. And they rode on by the people who passed them up earlier. They went out about half to maybe 3/4 of a mile, then screeched to a stop, left the keys, they got out, they started running over and over and over again. That happened because leapfrogged up the highway with the car. Good thing they did. Otherwise, they'd lost probably everybody. As it was, they lost everybody on the road. Because their town was covered 3 times by the huge tsunami wave. Now when you look out here on the left, out there you'll barely see a couple of miles way out. Most of them are 45 miles up on that side way out. And to the right of that, those design of the heavy protection, that's where all the ships come and go. All the,
They might not want to have it float out there.
cruise ships and so forth. On the show, as we take this boat back down to Seattle to do our winter charters and Coast Guard inspections, so why we have to talk to Gulf of Alaska as well. Let's see, we did the ranch of the year.
Go back.
It's made our 50th
I think they shut down Labor Day.
Oh,
Then go on the inside
go back
test.
there on the
I
left.
think that's what she said.
There you can see the big, the last big iron on the left hand side. Now, to the right of it, there's a little one kind of hidden behind it. And to the right of that, there is a polywog shaped island stuff. High on the right, maybe off to the left, it's a polywog. So, Big Jamie came running up to me one day and said, "You never took like a tadpole." She didn't know what a polywog was. What did he teach these kids? Anyway, to the right of the polywog strand, tadpole shaped island, about let's say a bigger width than a hand. You have your arm out there. See that thing sticking straight out of the water? That tower is built on the exact location where the Exxon Valdez went aground. So, if anybody's wondering where the Exxon Valdez went aground, right off the left side, look for the polywog shaped island. You might have it. How does one go this road? The main one is there. So, what's your name? On the Deepwater side of it. The buoy, in fact, was recorded to 50 feet of water. The tower is in 15 feet of water. Well, you know, the Coast Guard took that buoy away about 2 years ago. It was like a red buoy. We wanted to bring it back. Now, you know, you could actually pass that buoy on either side, and you'd be safe as long as you're close to it. But of course, it was a red buoy, so you'd have to pass on your left-hand side going out, right-hand side coming in. Remember, red, right, so
Ice sculpture, huh? Wow.
Any ice you see today
Now it looks like a
has
swan.
come off of
It does, it
Columbia
changes.
Glacier.
I said this was the most active glacier halving glacier in North America.
Called Kayak. On Kayak Island. It's 17 before you on the Russians. shore. Now that is as close to where we are right now as the Russians got at that time. The Russians were led by a Dane by the name of Vitus Bering, who led the Russians up to this part of the world. Now Bering and the Russians were the first Europeans to get over here. First ones to vote in that about it anyway. And Bering, when they saw Cape St. Laz, which is the south end of Kayak Island, moving out of this fog, he told his helmsman to steer for that island. And, well, they needed to resupply the ship. Bering was in a hurry to get back to Russia. He didn't want to get caught up here in these winter storms in his uncharted waters. Now, being the first folks all up here, of course, they had first crash the hunting the fur bear and the animals. That was commercial. And wow, there was fur everywhere. Oh, they're killing the passengers, taking those pelts, and filling the ship up. There was a young German naturalist on board by the name of George Wilhelm Steller, who was gathering up all the scientific business about the boy. He was sketching animals and plants that he'd never seen before. Oh, they named a few after him. Like, well, some of you may be familiar with a blue jay called Steller's jay. There's some, the Steller sea lion, of course, that's named after him. Oh, there's other animals. There's other plants and birds named after him. So anyway, so they stayed on the island for a short time. Then 5 hours. Resupplying the ship, and they start making their way back to Russia. Now, on the way to Russia, they got caught in a winter storm. They were blown ashore and shipwrecked on an island that was later named Bering Island. Now, Vitus Bering and some of the crew died on the island that winter. In the springtime, those who were left patched up the ship. They ended up with help and made their way back to Russia. Now, when they got to Russia, that was like
Now, what did he say below the water? What?
90%.
Oh, 90% is below. Oh, man.
This will give you a good idea of rivers or
Wow.
where the rock is being washed away off that iceberg, and the brown in the water.
Mm-hmm.
This piece right here is part of that.
Oh, yeah, over here, this piece.
Oh.
Man.
You can tell which way it's going. Water's going that way, wasn't it?
Yes.
In that direction.
Look at underneath there. You can see all the...
Oh, we just want to go.
Yeah. Don't anyone panic.
Yeah.
Oh, you're going to see lots of ice before the day's over.
Yeah, it's full of worms.
Get out here a little bit, and up the ways behind us, it was 54 degrees. Normal temperature was between 52 and 54 degrees up in the Pacific. All the way down to the waves went down a bit. Then it starts warming up. There's Glacier Island.
This is 60 miles away we're looking at over here. We're going to go over there. See all that.
Yeah.
There we go. All
We
right.
have, by the way, we have seen flapping out. We've seen think of black-tailed deer on the island. They're good swimmers. That's how they get there. Hey, deer, good. Yeah, they do it. Interested in sea lions. I want you to know that. We got to keep focus on puffin. Sea lions are pests. They eat up all our salmon, don't like that. So we don't pay attention to sea lions. If we were to see a sea lion, it would be a Steller sea lion. They get average male, around 9 feet long, 900 pounds. Average, big ones. Females are not so big. They only get to be around 6 feet, 600 pounds or so.
Only.
Because we're not interested in this, so we just look for the puffins. Oh, Jamie's going to show us where puffins are. She's a good puffin spotter. She'll tell us where to go. She's always telling me where to go. Yep, she got one sighted already.
How neat, huh? That's
You saw where they go? Oh. You want to go look? Huh? A little closer?
Look at
Is that a puffin at the water? Straight ahead?
It is.
Yes, it is. There he is.
That's
Yep.
a puffin right there.
Up and away.
One flew in the little grotto.
See, they're in on the little shelves in there.
That's pretty exciting being up front and having to do that.
Yeah. He's gonna start backpedaling. He's like the guy when we went on Lake Powell. He took us through a canal that we were this far from the wall on both sides, back in this thing, and then he had to back out. Yeah, there was one sitting, he's behind the crack there, he's sitting on the shelf. Call it a shelf, but I guess it's something like a shelf. Yeah. This is serious rock stuff here. Look at this.
I'm worried for him. It's his boat.
Yeah, his house. His house. Look at this down here. Oh man, look at this view.
And look up here, how beautiful.
See how we are? We are like in here.
Wow.
Look at this.
Honey, wait till you let the air out of this. We
Okay,
get
there's
snow,
the
we go
puffin.
right in
See
that
him?
cave there.
See the puffin? There he is, right there.
Oh, there
See
it
him?
is. There it is.
Oh, he's up there.
He says, you all came here to see me all by myself.
Right.
Look at him.
I thought it was safe in here.
Yeah.
I didn't see that.
This was a private showing, huh?
I cannot believe he brought the
Look
boat
at all
in
of
like
it.
The little puffins. That's their favorite little place to be. Now these are stellar seals, is that what he said?
Sea lion.
Oh, these are sea lions. Okay, now I remember all these different things here. And then the one next to it's laying there sleeping like doesn't even hear him. Doesn't even hear him. Okay, now let's get a whole view here. Look at this. There's a few.
He's a big one.
They are there. And there they're laying on the rocks down here. This is Animal Planet, right? Ooh, they're two biggies over here now. Yeah, they are. Bragging rights here. So, now look at this one here is plopped up here on top of the rock like I could care less what they're all doing below me. That's it. Just leave me alone, huh? And then you got this king tut over here who's posed for some reason or other, like his nose in the air. And now we're going to look around and see what's going on.
I got a scratch.
This boy over here. Look up at you.
In the water?
No, it's on the beach.
Right.
No, I was looking at
They're
this one.
scratching right now.
Yeah.
It's facing the cliff.
Yeah.
Oh, it's big. Look at the side. He's big.
These are awfully noisy neighbors, huh?
Oh, they are.
Man. Look at this one. He goes right up over top of everything.
You saw that, huh? Went right over his back. Right over the top of it. What the hell am I?
I'm coming through. You guys didn't move. I walked right over top of you.
That's right.
So it's this one right here. It's going to the water. Went right over two of them.
There's the biggie over here. He's disrupting things.
Oh, that's
Yeah. Now the one laying up there in the sand, he's into a serious sleep, huh? Look at him.
Look at these two right here. He's just walking right over the top of all of them over there. He's going
Sliding.
sliding through. I think the rest of them are playing, really.
Now look at this.
Probably they're all slipping.
There's Sirius sleeping over here on the rocks. This is Sirius sleeper here. Yeah, he's got his own rock. Nobody's gonna walk on top of me.
I really needed a nap.
Yeah.
Up there too.
I think so.
Up high tide.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a little right here.
It's echoing more out here.
It is.
Yeah.
Maybe it's like a rookery or a
Oh yeah, look at them, huh?
Okay, so this is where we turn around and go right down the back to the glacier. It says right in our chart, I mean on our brochure that we do that.
Skeleton there.
Yes. Oh yeah. Look out.
You know what? Nice day, huh?
Yes.
And we haven't seen any whales yet.
There he is. He came up again over there. He didn't come up very far that time.
Yeah, the other one's way off the left.
Yeah.
He's way out.
Off the ground, right outside the ground.
Over here?
1 o'clock. The other one should be like
So these are killer whales.
there he is. Oh, he's been here for a long time.
Or killer whales.
These whales are matriarchal, as whales are. The female is giant.
Okay, so he should be going right in there, huh? It's hard to look into.
Yeah.
What? I don't know.
It's the easiest is
There,
all
there.
there.
Oh, there he is. Yeah.
Oh, there's two other ones here. Yeah.
It's easier to look through here because the sunlight's in the back.
These look like maybe a couple females here, just in front of the boat. We'll see here in a minute.
Oh! Can you believe this?
Here's his footprints, or her footprints.
Oh wow! Look at that.
Yeah. It is.
There are big circles in the water where the water is real smooth, and he's saying that's the footprints.
Coming up.
There it is.
Oh, yeah, right there.
That was great.
Yes.
I got that.
Me too. Look at. See, and that's the
There,
footprints.
there.
Look at that.
Oh.
Right hand side will probably be the best for a little bit anyways. Come on over, line up along the right hand side. Just below the surface here.
You can see him glowing out there.
Oh, there it is.
There's a female.
You could hear it, you know. Yeah.
Right hand side of the boat will be the best. Plenty of room right down the side. Go, little female. Right beside us.
There he is.
Bigger female. Little guy is still there, right underneath the bow. Right underneath the bow on the right-hand side. Still there. Just traveling along with him. Just in front of us now, a little bit. Getting ready to come up. Here it comes. Here it comes. Yes, sir.
Oh, look at that.
Oh, big one out there. Right in front.
Ooh, right in front of us.
Little one is still right there.
Oh, you see him.
Little ahead of the boat on the right-hand side.
Yeah.
She's coming up. She's
Yeah.
coming up.
Coming.
Right-hand side ahead. Here she comes. Right-hand side ahead. Watch her.
Yeah.
Get near the surface. Here she comes.
Do you have polarized glasses on there?
Uh-huh.
Big one, blue one.
There, I could see this one. I didn't see the other one.
2 of them. Wow.
Get 'em, Ginger?
Look, yes.
Look right down under the water. You see it going right under the boat.
I don't have polarized glasses on. I've never seen them under the water.
Oh. There.
Right
Oh, here he comes, right here.
Yeah.
Look at that.
Right there. Right there. Going under the boat. Oh! How was that for a picture?
Got it.
Folks.
You can see him down in the water. Look at him. Look at that
Right.
white.
Gear. Going ahead of the boat now.
Tipping over, everyone.
Off on the right ahead.
This boat is rocking.
Oh, there's one.
Get that ginger right here? One right here?
No.
When it came up
Oh,
over here?
here he
There.
is.
It's hard when you have to lead this camera like this. You gotta be interesting, isn't it? They're so big that they displace that water and it just stays that way.
Yeah.
Yeah. The one that was way out was big. It might have been really tall.
And watch over here for see if the bigger one comes
There.
up.
Oh, there's 2.
There's the 2 little ones.
I see that footprint. That is so curious. I would have never thought about that.
Yeah.
There's another footprint right there.
Yeah.
Oh, there we are. 2 of them.
Down they go.
Woo!
Got him. Look. I'm getting good pictures.
Excellent. And there's one coming in from
The
out
one
here.
way
There
out.
he is.
See the one way out?
and
He's
this
big.
one.
He's really big. I think it's he's the biggest of all.
Okay, there they are, right here. Right there, right there, right there, right there, right there, right there, under the boat. On the other side, coming up on your side over there.
It's exciting.
It is.
There he is, right there. Yep.
Can't wait out. I got a simple picture.
I know. Oh yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah. There's.
So he's coming right up. He's going to be
Yeah.
up right alongside of us here in a minute.
You know, porpoise like the sound of the motor. I wonder if whale do the same thing. No?
The male is usually kind of tough to get on.
See the
They're
footprint
very
out
shy.
there?
Oh, look at see the
Yep,
tail.
there's a bunch of footprints.
The one out there
Yes.
just.
Yep, there's.
You away from the rest of the game.
Yeah. In order to see his fin that far away,
Let's see if
he's
they're talking.
yeah.
Way out.
Jamie, shall we see if they're talking?
Microphone.
Oh, we got some way out there coming in.
He's been way out. I think that's a male. He's really big. Oh, hey. Come on, guys.
Oh, he's coming in.
At high speed.
They're gonna attack us. This is it. Jaws. Jaws.
Jonah and the whale.
Okay, all women and children first. We need the men to document it. See the footprint, where are they at? Huh? They're gonna come up right there. That'd be nice if they come up right here in the back, wouldn't it? Come on, guys.
Here, fishy, fishy, fishy. Here, fishy, fishy,
The
fishy,
footprint's
fishy.
still right there.
They go out beyond us?
They'll probably come up under us, tip us over. Oh God, there goes Ginger in the water.
Yeah. Bye-bye, Ginger.
Cool. Save the camera to show the kids what happened to Mother.
That's why I said women and children first, and then we can document it.
Come on.
Where did that guy go?
Oh, that's a long time now, huh?
Oh, they're talking. Hear 'em? Did you hear them?
Yeah. See, they've got the microphone in the water so they can hear him talking. I'm talking to my camera. Oh, I saw a piece of him or something ahead of us. Oh, he's just teasing us now. He knows we're listening on the microphone. Yeah, they're smart. Where'd he go, where'd he go, where'd he go, where'd he go? He's traveled further now, this time.
I almost say dove, but usually they break when they do that.
I think they sounded.
Ooh, sound like a dolphin.
Listen. He's playing a recording. He's just playing a recording.
Yeah, playing a recording.
Playing a recording?
I think he's just playing a recording of it. No. That's really the sound of it?
It's got a mic hanging over the side.
Yeah.
Oh, is that what that is?
I thought we were telling you that. You weren't listening to us?
No. I thought you were just making that up.
No.
He's got a mic hanging there.
Yeah, that's why he shut the engine off on the truck. I'm in the truck.
Hear that?
Yeah.
There we go. Look at there. There they are.
There they are, right there.
Right there. Right in front of those people. We were here first.
That's right.
We were here first. We waited so long and they went right over there in front of their boat.
And then there's one over by that little iceberg.
By the iceberg,
Yeah.
too. Just broke. Come on, show us the show. They're going right in front of them.
That's like a big one. That's a female.
We'll pick it up and run over there where more of them are.
Here they come.
Look at him.
Oh, man, what a shot.
Wow, you may have gotten a rainbow in that one.
You got it? All right. You better show it to me. And see his footprint?
Oh.
That is the footprint. I mean, look at that.
No, was it you?
That footprint's huge.
It is huge.
Look at it.
Can you believe that?
Footprint?
Yes.
Yay.
See, up here you can see it really good. We won't tell those people.
No, don't tell them, don't tell them.
No. They'll stampede us. They'll take us.
Blue eyes.
See, there's two of them. Watch. There it is. There it is. There it is.
Still,
Oh, yeah, look at you.
Get a
Can
break.
see him.
Oh,
Get a
here
break.
he comes.
Get a break. Get a break. Get a break.
Yes.
Oh, there's the two of them again. All right.
Coming up. Coming up. Coming up. You turn.
Oh, you can't see him now.
Is he coming back?
You could see
There's
him.
a bubble. There. To the left.
Coming up.
Whoa! Yeah.
Ballet.
Kissed each other.
Ballet.
I think they did.
Big footprints. Hear 'em? They can still see them there in the same spot. The white is all down under the footprint still.
You're still in the same spot, Ginger?
Yeah.
Yes.
They're still generating turbulence. You can see it right there.
Yeah, because you can see the white, like you said, with the polarized. They're polarized glasses, huh?
No, the other ones.
Yeah.
Ooh, what happened?
He did a yes, the big belly flop.
It came completely.
I don't know if I got that or not.
Way out of the water, straight up.
Wow. Yeah. Oh, yeah. There he is. Look at this.
All right.
Yeah. Woo!
I got it.
All right. Did you?
Yeah,
oh man.
One more time.
Come on.
One more time. Oh.
Come on, you lazy butt.
That was the female doing her thing there, reaching.
Oh, okay.
It's okay. We don't care. Do it again. Dare you. That was great that we did it twice. Did you get some?
See your footprints. Oh, there's one right there.
See, we have polarized sunglasses on so we can see them in the water. There's the footprint.
Way down low. Oh, yeah. 10 miles from the base of Columbia Glacier.
10 miles. 10 miles from the base. Yahoo! Now, his wife told us that we would get within about 6 miles and he couldn't go any further. Oh, okay. Because it's too big. Yeah.
Traffic jam. Nice jam.
Now, 90% of that below the water. How come we're getting, oh yeah, we're going to move away from this puppy.
Tip it away. Tip it
the expert.
And right on top.
All that dirt that was over there.
Has changed since we were watching the whales. I now have on 2 sweatshirts and a hooded sweatshirt. What cold out here.
When the Hamilton expedition came in here, they had a chart large enough that our boat could fit in, preferably. We'd make a large enough that our boat can fit in and turn around and come back out when we want.
That makes sense.
And by the way, driving up to the face of Columbia Glacier 7 miles away from us like that is not an everyday feat. You don't have to frequently do. But every day we try. So let's just continue forward here now. Outside air temperature right now here is 48 degrees. And water temperature is 35 degrees.
35.
What is 35?
35.
Water temp.
Water temp?
Now when we get up here, near these bigger icebergs, the face of the glacier is still ahead of us at 7 miles.
Wow.
When we get up here, it's 160 feet deep now.
160 feet?
When we get up here next to these bigger icebergs, stop the boat of course, and we will try to find a lead. And as I'm looking,
that don't go anywhere.
hey, you know what we'll do? Let's have Sonia and Jamie come up to the front of the boat. They'd like to get your picture with your camera and the icebergs and the mountains and the glacier in the background. They can get the picture.
Look at that.
I just love to shove that off.
Wow. See, there is no way. You don't
Now,
go
we'll get up a little closer and we'll have some people like to use these photos here by the ice. They like to use those as their Christmas cards. Well, almost Christmas. 43 feet deep right here. 43 feet.
Alright, it wasn't a dive anyway.
So you come right up to the top of the hill, right over the top of the hill.
This is a log jam, this is ice jam.
Oh, man.
It's almost Christmas.
See that just cab off?
Piece of
Yes,
yeah.
just calved off the side.
Jamie will show you just exactly what to do. We will never let it be said that we're not prepared for things on the moon.
Looks like a person's backpack or something.
Except
Popcorn?
I just missed it. A big old piece just rolled off there and floated away.
Where did it roll off from?
Up there on top, right straight in front of us. Yes, it went, rolled right out of there. See where there's like a little opening now there?
Yeah.
Okay, that's where it came out of. Yep,
It just gently went into the
just rolled over there. Rolled
I
over.
want to see it again.
And now look at these over here. Now these people are down here and they're getting their pictures taken with their cameras, and they get to hold up a sign if they want to, saying Merry Christmas. And they can have a Christmas card made up if they want to.
We're going forward, but that stuff is moving.
Look at the size of these pieces. Man, look
There.
at that. Yeah.
Can you see any cabbing with the camera? Over there.
Like with the binoculars.
Do you want to hide them?
So we're still 7 miles away here from the main port.
That's amazing. I never saw this part out there. Ice jam. Yeah.
There's the one that fell down. There it is, right beside the boat.
Tell them how many workers
They
are in
come
it though.
trying to get us.
Oh, look at this.
Lifeboats, lifeboats.
Big ice cubes. Big ice cubes. Big ice cubes.
No.
So he's going to swing around through here, I wonder? Circle through there? Yeah.
I saw this big
Okay.
chunk and he's
Get a good backdrop.
Oh, yes.
that's what he was
We're 5 miles closer to us than it is now. Okay? The face of that glacier was actually about 2 miles away from where we are here. Now 2 miles from here, as you're looking at the glacier, off the left, that first valley that's closest to us, yeah, it's about 2 miles. Then that would go all the way across, see? There's the mountains way over there on the right-hand side of the bay. Big place.
1987.
So, anyway, we got in here, and over there at the on the beach on our straight ahead of us, that's the west side. We noticed a big lead, like a half mile wide it was. That lead went all the way back to the base of the glacier, 2 miles back, and all the way across the base. Wow. Which was about 5 miles across. Or I was trying to say, so over the right back. And at that place where we crossed the Charcoal Moraine, the water was 60 feet deep. So, as we approached the glacier, the water kept getting deep. And we were within 1/4 of a mile from the face of Columbia Glacier, while we were in 800 feet of water. It was 800 feet deep. Oh, we held it at a 1/4 mile. You don't want to get close to a 1/4 mile of that monster, because something will fall off and get you. We held it and we got out of sight. We blew the dust off of it, and we measured the angle between the ice pinnacles and the water. That angle gave us a reading of 286 feet high above the water. You have 200 above and 800 below. That gives you a nice wall 1,000 feet thick. Solid ice. You see the Twin Peaks mountain there? That's just to the right where the glacier comes around the corner at us. Well, that's called Mount Nunatak. Now, up on Mount Nunatak, 24 years ago. Now remember, 24 years ago, the glacier's face was right here, exactly where these icebergs are. Right where we are. We're at 64 feet of water. This is the top of the hill. So there were some students of the University of Colorado. They were geology students. They wanted to find out how much pressure the Columbia Glacier put on the ice, the rock, the bedrock below. See, they were geology students studying the Ice Age, and they figured that there must be a lot of pressure put on during the Ice Age to flatten things out, curve, make those U-shaped valleys, carve down mountains, and so forth. So, they figured they'd come up here and figure out what kind of pressure the glacier puts on the bedrock. So now, in order to do that, of course, you have to know how thick the ice is. Don't remember what the pressure turned out to be, but I do remember them telling us that the ice was 3,000 feet thick. Just west of Nunatak Mountain, 3,000 feet thick. Up the glacier, way off to the right, you know that light blue snow patch that you saw as we were coming in, that told you it was halfway up the glacier? That's about where they were. Some glaciologists back 26 years ago were up there, 20 miles back. Now, of course, that's much higher elevation. And they were testing down as far as 2,700 feet below sea level. They were still alive.
Low sea level?
That's what we have here. It's just a big old fjord, which extends back in the mountains 40 miles. This big fjord is solidly plugged with ice. 440 square miles of ice, up to 1 mile thick in places, and it's been that way since the last ice age. Not much else has changed here, you know. Oh yeah, you know, the glacier's going back at 7 miles. Gee, everybody's getting worked up about it, but really, when you think of how long it's been here, that's not much. Since the last ice age? What's that? 10,000 years ago, I'm told. That's when it got over with. And we're told that it started 1.8 million years ago. So, been here a long time.
Yeah, it has.
You know, when I hear people talking about the last ice age and so forth, why do they say that? Why do they say why don't they just say the ice age? Could it be that there was an ice age before the last one? Must be. Otherwise, it wouldn't say that. It's just say ice age, right? Huh? Now it's there. If that's the case, that must mean that there was a warming time between the ice age, this last one, and the one that was before it. Or there was, just been one ice age.
That is weird looking up there.
Well, you know what we have to find out? It's important that we do. We have to find out what those old dinosaurs did to cause that global warming that, melted all things down before those two ice ages. It would help us in our dilemma that we are in today with this global warming. I think we should do that. We should have that. We should really commission a study. The federal government ought to do that. Maybe they are.
They screwed up.
Well, you know what, the glaciologists, the geologists, and all the ologists got together, and they say, pretty much agree that we've had 10 ice ages on the face of this globe. 10 of them. If the globe started out warm, and we're told that it did, and if the globe is warming up now, and we're told that it is, counting this global warming, that's 12 global warming.
Yeah.
You know what? Sounds like a pattern.
Well,
we've been studying this exhaustively. We have, on the boat, and we have come up with the answer. We know it. It is good. You just go right ahead. And you just go right ahead, and you use your hairspray and underarm deodorant. Don't you worry about a thing. You're not causing global warming. Drive your SUV, have fun. Doesn't matter what you're doing. Nothing you can do is going to stop it, change it, reverse it. It's just going to happen.
Yeah, it looks like a fort.
Yeah, that was cool.
Yeah.
Looks like somebody cut it.
It does.
Because it's like a fence. See how it goes?
Yeah, it's like layers, huh?
Yeah.
You see the bullet holes inside it.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, it's a windbreak? Oh, okay, yeah.
No,
It's my face that's cold.
Oh, yeah. Look at this. This looks like a geo.
Yeah, it does, upside down, huh?
Yeah.
When you see these icebergs have all this black on them, now that black is ground up rock.
Yes.
This hill that's 55 feet, the top of it, 55 feet below us, is all ground up rock. Remember, just out there to the left a little bit, we were in 600 feet of water. So this hill was pushed here by the glacier, carving and ending right here for hundreds and hundreds of years, maybe thousands of years, too.
Yep.
And when you
I would
think
say
about
a cold
it,
duck.
Just went low.
those little birds that you see on the right side of it, they're after little tiny fish. They swim under the water getting them. They're marbled merlets.
Yeah.
Marbled
They
merlets.
got cold weeks.
But
They got cold everything.
there's really no reason why all this black, all this ground up rock, all these big boulders, and this hill underneath us, there's no real reason why it can't contain an awful lot of, there's a little harbor seal over on the right. That just went down. There's no real reason why it just all can't contain an awful lot of gold. Well, the guys are up there with a hammer, a pick, and a shovel and chisel, scratching the surface. Well, they found gold. This glacier's been digging in the same place for a lot longer than that. A lot deeper. Had to go through gold. Where to put it? Right here. So, we're right, no doubt about it. We're over a hill of gold.
And then there's that great big one sitting up there in the middle. Look at that one.
What's that?
Right straight ahead here. The big, now look at this here wall. And then the blue where the thin is shining through there, huh? Wow. Talk about a ice sculpture.
You know where the glacier face is now? you can see that it's much narrower back there, certainly than it would be when it was, say, halfway back from where we are, and where the face went all the way across in deep water. So that's why it moved so fast, because there was so much water exposed against the face of the glacier. Ice melts faster underwater than it does on top of water. So it undercuts it, and it causes the calving, and the calving, causes the face to go back at a faster rate than the flowing rate you have retreating. Now, so you wonder, why all of a sudden did the glacier start to move back? Well, in 1977, a split showed up at the face of Columbia Glacier. The split was way behind us, right next to the island, 2.5 miles behind us over there, with Heather on it. The split knifed into the glacier and around Heather Island into Heather Bay. And then, of course, the water, salt water, got in the split behind the hill, behind the terminal moraine, deeper back there. More melting, more calving. That little split started getting bigger and bigger. We didn't pay much attention to it, in the early 80s. We started driving Lulubelle in that split as it became a great big embayment. And then by the mid-80s, that embayment reached all the way across from the island behind us to the land ahead, 2.5 miles. Put the whole face
it's like a
behind
blue
the hill.
cave.
Thus, more melting, more calving, would move back further and faster as we get into deeper and deeper water.
That is
and each year we noticed it go back upward. In the 90s, there was sometimes in the 90s when that face would move back 1 mile, we'd lose a mile of that face in one summer. Now, where the face of the glacier is, it looks pretty much where it was when we left it last fall, indicating that it's not very wide back there. The water that's touching the glacier is not very wide, so it means that there's less melting underwater, less calving. The face it looks like it's stabilizing up. In other words, the flowing rate and the melting rate are getting to be the same. When that happens, and when it stops its retreat, and somewhere along the line it will, if it gets in the right amount of water, then it would stop its retreat. That means that the flowing rate and the calving rate would equal each other. It puts everything at ground in one place. Builds moraine number 2. The only part of the glacier that is touched by the salt water is from the top of the moraine to the sea level. The moraine gets higher and higher. Guess what? Less water. Less water, less melting. Less melting, still flowing at the same rate. Guess what the glacier's going to do? Start to advance again.
That's right.
Like Mears Glacier is doing. Like Harriman Glacier is doing. Like Harvard Glacier is doing. All of them in Prince William Sound. The largest tidewater glacier in Alaska, the Hubbard Glacier, it's advancing. We've been doing it for years. Made world news in 1986 as it had advanced so far into Disenchantment Bay that it finally blocked off the rest of Russell Fjord. Russell Fjord is a 50-mile long fjord, was a 50-mile long fjord, which became Russell Lake. Well, I'll tell you what, the people all got concerned about that. Well, some did. Because of the marine mammals that were locked in that newly formed lake. You see, if that lake, kept getting higher and higher, pretty soon it would just be fresh water. And they figured that those old marine mammals would all die. So Jacques Cousteau showed up. He and his crew were going to save all the marine mammals. This was on television in September of 1986. All the news people around the world were there. Jacques and his crew were going to capture the marine mammals in nets, attach the nets to helicopters, fly them up and over the glacier and drop them into Disenchantment Bay. But the only problem was they couldn't catch him. So they couldn't save him. And after a couple of weeks of that nonsense, why everybody got tired and went home. When nobody was around, on October 10, 1986, nature took care of itself, as it will sometimes do, you know, if you just leave it alone a little bit. The lake level got so high above the sea level that the sea level that was behind the glacier, backing, you might say, the glacier, was well below the lake level. And the glacier itself, on that one little corner, wasn't really thick enough yet to hold it all back. A crack developed, a split, a chunk fell out, the wall of water followed, and everything's back to normal at Yakutat, Alaska. Could you imagine being in front of that glacier looking at it when that wall of water came out of there? Oh yeah, that'd be interesting. Fortunately, nobody goes to the Albert Glacier. But anyway, yeah, so everything is back to normal at Yakutat till last summer. Same thing happened. I knew it. Maybe you heard about it, maybe you didn't. But anyway, the water rose higher and higher and higher. And the dilemma was that the water was lapping up to the airport at Yakutat. It spilled over into the valleys and went running along there. It was coming right up to one of the runways. And everybody said, geez, we better get ourselves some pontoons, you know, put on our stomach and have some steam. That's how much. And they were very concerned with the Seatuck River, major steelhead river. They just flood it out, make it like a big lake. They lose a big salmon-producing river. Anyway, same thing happened. One day it was all gone. Looked out, yep, the glacier broke away. But they better get ready, because one day it'll block it off solid. And you'll have a glacier-locked lake, like you have here. You're looking at the glacier. So on the left-hand side of the fjord here, that first hill, over the first hill, there's a valley. And then, that was the average.
Now this is the oil thing here, and you can't even tell it's oil.
1977 is when it was over.
No names on anything, no nothing.
It was overtime before.
And our captain has been giving us a talk on all the Valdez, Bill, and everything like that.
500 miles away.
All the money that it costs to bring the ships in, and how much it costs for them to leave because of the security that they have 2 tugboats at all times with them. 2 boats at a time in the harbor.
The oil companies were losing millions of dollars every single hour at that thing going down. You know what they did? They just immediately called up the Seattle Tacoma Airport, and of course Boeing, Seattle Boeing deal. They won't get
Is that where we're going? Is that the part?
Yep, that's where we're going.
They're not funny ones. Let's go right now. What they did was they started talking about all the passenger airplanes. They found a place where they could buy every single seat on it. There was $1,000 and when we left the Seattle Tacoma Airport, over the boat, their own place, the crew was on board, and they had real freezer bombs. You know those freezer bombs that they put the food in, real those babies in there, lined them up and down the aisle, jammed them in, and they had strapped everything down, they didn't all leave them, and wait a minute, everybody was happy, went back to the seat that, sure that out. Oh, it was wild, true, that's really happened. Speaking of different, the plural of Valdez is different. Before all this happened, why, Valdez, before they all stepped on the oil pipeline in, why, the town of Valdez had about 400 people. It's a little sleepy bird and rebuilding after the earthquake. And that's the code for it, of course. And then all of a sudden it was oil time. And just about overnight it seemed 6,000 more people moved to Valdez. all, you know, there was all manner of housing being shipped up by barge from the Puget Sound area. They emptied every trailer lot from Pocatello, Idaho to the coast. That was just besides the 6,000 or so very well-paid construction workers that moved up here, there was just an awful lot of independent business persons that came up here to kind of help the fellows out of their pay. Oh, it was a wild little town. You heard how wild and woolly it wasn't gold rush. They tell you what, it was the whole town. To the black gold thing. But that's all gone now. Go back to normal. Or, you know, we just did a normal around here. It's a pretty nice little place. It's not so little. They all moved away. It's not so little. You know that the city limits of Valdez here goes from Mount Peak to Mount Peak all the way around the end of the bay. Clear out to Potato Point. And it just so happens that the oil terminal is within the city limits of Valdez. Gives it a pretty good tax base, you might say. Maybe too good a tax base. You know, there have been people said that Valdez has not been very careful with some of this money. There's been some people that have said that they must have developed some sort of easy come, easy go attitude about it while they, you know. There's been, now, of course, I would not want this to go beyond the boat here, you understand? But there's been some talk that our city fathers that we've had in the past may have been involved in some sort of mischief. Like pay off for big construction jobs like that, but I'll tell you what, that's not true. Our city fathers would never do such a thing. Oh, now, that might happen in Little Rock or Boston or something. Not up here in Valdez, Alaska. The Christian, hard-working Christian, honest politicians, they wouldn't do that. So if you ever heard those tales, don't you dare pay any attention to it. Farsightedness, yeah, you know, planning for the future naturally. Okay, that's what you want. Planning is the key to everything, you know.
Okay, now we're looking back over the direction where the earthquake was. And we'll get more of that tomorrow or the next day.
Okay, for planning now here, if you look off the right-hand side, down the way about a mile and a half, there's a great big dock which is attached to an island with a light, kind of a turquoise-looking ramp there. You can see it from here. That's the world's largest floating concrete dock that we have right here in Valdez. The world's largest we have. Floating concrete. What it is, it's our container ship, our container dock. Container shipping dock. See, now I'm telling you, Valdez is going to be a dandy container shipping port just as soon as it no longer snows up on Thompson Pass and our trucks can get up and down there any time in the winter. It'll be a dandy place. It'll be fine. Oh, in that same area, there's that great, big, tall cement structure down there, right, which earlier I referred to as being a condominium. So it's really not. See, actually what that is, it's a grain elevator. No, actually what it is 9. 3 bundles of 3 great big grain elevators just in case. See, just in case they ever start growing grain in Alaska, why we have the $78 million grain elevators to put it in, and they don't grow any grain in Alaska, never have. Doubtful if they ever will, but we're going to do. So look at here. We're ready for it. We've been ready for these things for just a little over 23 years now, I guess. Not a kernel. Oh, we're going to watch it. Geez, I forgot. We have the outside speakers on. Somebody's going to hear me. Run us out of town. So I probably better not mention anything else about our convention center. You see the beautiful California-style flat-roof, multi-million-dollar brown building on the head of the hill on the left over there? We could have a trailer. Past the trailers. We could have a convention come to town. If so, we're ready for it. You tell me what better place for the snow shovelers to have a convention in the wintertime right up here in Valdez. I'll put in a damn spot. Well, they could shovel themselves right out of town. Shovel the roof first. I have to. Oh, so you can see them. They'll go right into the canyon.
Down there.
But they had to shut it down because the guys are up there knee-deep in sand and so we hope that if you enjoy the cruise just half as much as we enjoy bringing them to you, then we'll feel we've done a good job.
No, that'd be
Thank you all very, very much for coming along.
Yes. Oh man, there goes my battery. Battery's going, gone.
When we went a couple years ago. 5, 6. Hi.
And here we are, back at the dock.
Yep, it's us.
Wow.
Sun is down.
That's the one that was probably
I don't like one.
It's Monday morning. It's time to see some more sightseeing. This is the Prince William Sound Community College and a totem poles. And the sun went away. It's cloudy.
Pre-construction estimates put the cost of the new pipeline at $900 million. But by the time oil flowed on June 20th, 1977, construction had cost more than $8 billion. On August 1st, 1977, the Arco Juno left the Valdez Marine Terminal with the first shipment of Alaska North Slope crude oil. Alyeska Pipeline now faced a new challenge, changing from a construction company into an operations company. The Trans-Alaska Pipeline is unlike any other on Earth. Its uniqueness begins at Pump Station 1. Because there is more than one producer of oil on the North Slope, it's very important to measure each one's product before it's mixed and sent down the line. So Alyeska's first responsibility is metering, or measuring each producer's contribution to the crude oil stream. After the oil is metered, it's pumped down the line. Each pump station uses aircraft-style jet engines to drive the pumps. The pump stations are staffed by 15 to 20-person crews that work 12-hour shifts, 2 weeks on, 2 weeks off. Most of the stations are literally in the middle of nowhere. These remote stations are self-contained communities, complete with living quarters, a chow line, exercise facilities, and a medical dispensary. The nerve center of the pipeline is the Operations Control Center, located at the Valdez Marine Terminal. OCC has complete control over the entire line. Each pump station and 62 remote gate valves can be adjusted at the touch of a button. Once oil arrives at Valdez, it's loaded onto tankers or stored in one of 2 tank farms. The terminal's massive tanks can hold more than 9 million barrels of oil. When a tanker arrives, it's surrounded with boom to protect the port in the unlikely event that oil might spill during loading. Once the ballast water is removed, the tanker takes on crude oil. The ballast water is cleaned and returned to the sea. Crude oil vapors that normally escape from tankers during loading are captured and incinerated. Once a tanker is fully laden, it's escorted out of Port Valdez by 2 SERVS vessels. SERVS stands for Ship Escort Response Vessel System. The escorts stay with the tanker for 65 miles until it's safely out to sea. In 1977, many people thought the North Slope oil fields would play out by the turn of the century. But new oil discoveries and advanced recovery technologies will keep oil flowing through the pipeline well into the 21st century. As the pipeline gets older, maintenance becomes even more important. Alyeska focuses on preventive maintenance, looking for problems before they affect the integrity of the system. Alyeska uses a device known as a PIG to monitor the pipeline. There are two kinds of pigs. A scraper pig that cleans wax buildup off the interior walls of the pipe, and smart pigs, computerized analysis devices that can detect the tiniest imperfections in pipe's surface, shape, or location. When imperfections are discovered, they're quickly repaired. Alyeska has also begun an aggressive program of replacing aging valves. Alyeska spends about $250 million each year upgrading and maintaining the line. Perhaps the most important thing Alyeska maintains is the environment. Every summer, Alyeska sends environmental crews into the field looking for underground leaks. Testing the soil for vapors can reveal a leak long before it's visible on the surface. Oil spill drills are a regular part of working on the pipeline system. Alyeska operates the world's largest fleet of oil spill response vessels. There is more response equipment staged in Prince William Sound than any other location on Earth. Alyeska has more than 100 full-time employees whose sole responsibility is to keep an oil spill from happening and to provide quick response if one does occur. Moving oil safely, reliably, efficiently. That's the mission of Alyeska Pipeline Service Company. You are about to fly over one of the safest oil tankers ever built.
To all of us that have worked on the project, this is amazing because we had ideas, we had thoughts, we put them on paper, that paper's turned into cut steel, now it's a working ship. It performs the way we expected it to.
This is a demonstration, a visible demonstration to me of Polar's commitment to doing things well.
This is as good as you can possibly get.
We operate probably the most environmentally sensitive areas in the entire world. We don't want to see the environment damage here.
Our new ships are the ships that they've always wanted, the ships they've been waiting for.
They put together a ship and they operate a ship that provides the safest marine transportation in the world.
For all the efforts that we made, the design, the equipment, the people, you end up with the Polar Endeavor.
Sailing on its maiden voyage in the Gulf of Alaska is the first oil tanker built for the Alaska North Slope trade since the passing of the Oil Pollution Act of 1990. She's carrying her first load of Alaskan crude oil to refineries on America's west coast. The trip scheduled to be made over 30 times in each of the next 25 years. She's named after one of the ships commanded by legendary 18th century explorer Captain James Cook, and the tanker's designation aptly describes the effort put into her design and construction. The Endeavor. What makes the Endeavor one of the safest crude oil carriers at sea is a combination of factors. Perhaps most significant is that she was designed and is operated by a company with a maritime heritage dating back to 1916, Polar Tankers. To date, Polar oil tankers have safely completed nearly 4,000 voyages from Valdez, Alaska. That represents the delivery of over 3.5 billion barrels of crude oil. And the Polar Endeavor, commissioned by ConocoPhillips and designed specifically to transport crude oil from Valdez to the U.S. West Coast of Hawaii, represents Polar Tankers' continued commitment to safety and protection of the environment.
The arrival of the Endeavor in Valdez is a momentous occasion for Polar Tankers and Phillips. It represents the fulfillment of 5 years of hard work on constructing and designing the safest marine transportation system on Earth. This represents our commitment to Alaska, all the communities up and down the coast, whether it be Los Angeles, San Francisco, or Puget Sound. Because the cargo starts here, but it ends up being delivered to the refineries and the consumers on the West Coast.
To the people that live on the West Coast of the U.S., the areas in which we trade, we feel very certain that Polar did everything that we could to build the safest ship possible. The quality of the ship and the quality of the people result in the safest way to deliver crude oil into the West Coast.
It's also important because these waters in this area we work in are some of the most pristine and beautiful in the world, and we do everything we can to make them the safest for marine transport, and this tanker is a representation of that commitment.
The commitment was an endeavor to construct the safest and most efficiently operated oil tanker in history, to set a benchmark for others to aspire.
It's really a step change in the level of technology. These ships with dual propulsion systems, with a joystick control on the bridge. This is the first time this technology has been introduced into the tanker trade. It's well-proven technology. We anticipate that over the coming 5 to 7 years, this ship will represent the new standard for the tanker industry in the United States.
The engine builders who were in Spain told me that compared to the ships they're currently building, this ship is the most advanced. They're actually building ships now that were designed after this ship, but we took the redundancy concept and the separate engine concept to a level that they still haven't matched.
And after seeing what Polar Tankers created, knowledgeable observers with a vested interest have come to the same conclusion.
We're thrilled. We're delighted about this. You know, the Coast Guard wrote the regulations requiring double hull tankers, and Polar took that and advanced that minimum standard several orders of magnitude. We're thrilled about the redundancies in engineering and the safety systems. It sets a new standard nationally. I think it probably sets a new standard internationally.
We work for the Regional Citizens Advisory Council, and of course part of our job is to oversee and recommend safe transportation of crude oil out of Alaska. And we've wanted this type of tanker for many years. So it's been a strong voice for double hulls, and then the redundancy that's built into this tanker makes it the safest tanker probably in the world ever.
Technology, redundancy, and unmatched regimen of crew training, and simply a fanatical attention to detail are synthesized within this 896 by 152 by 86-foot Endeavour-class oil tanker, capable of transporting nearly 1 million barrels of crude oil per run. And Polar's design team literally went to the four corners of the globe to find the best individual parts to make up the whole.
The equipment for the Endeavour comes from a lot of places. Most of the steel was made here in the United States. Some of the specialty shapes of steel are made in Britain. Main engines came from both Spain and from Denmark, propellers from Sweden, automation from Norway, generators came from France and Finland, cargo pumps came from Japan. We went out and looked for the best equipment available in the world.
And then they doubled it. Instead of one main power plant, the Endeavour has two 15,000 horsepower engines. Instead of one rudder and propeller common on most tankers until now, the Endeavour has two. There are redundant drive shafts, redundant steering gears, and on the Endeavour, all the compressors, generators, and pumps it takes to propel a 140,000-ton vessel have been doubled. To further ensure the Endeavour is safe at sea, redundancy has been built into all critical operating systems. For instance, instead of a single location to operate both powertrains, separated by a fireproof, watertight bulkhead are two fully independent engine control rooms. And each engine room on the Endeavour meets the requirements for an engine room on a single screw vessel. Therefore, if one control room is rendered inoperable, the other is equipped with full function controls. And if an engine goes down or is taken offline for maintenance, a second with full power is standing by.
The ship is built on a concept called single failure, so that no single failure of any component can cause a loss of propulsion or a loss of steering capability. There's a backup for every single critical component in each engine room, and then there is another complete engine room.
We have completely isolated each engine room from the other. We have a bulkhead that goes from the keel to the top of the stack. And consequently, the two engine rooms are 100% isolated from each other. You could literally take this engine room on the port side of the Polar Endeavor and put it on a brand new ship and operate that ship.
A detailed description of the Endeavor may become irritatingly redundant for some, but for those concerned with safety and the environment, the echoing of redundancy bears repetition, especially when describing the tanker's hull design. The 1990 Oil Pollution Act mandates the phasing out of single-hulled tankers, and the government's new specifications require double hulls separated by a minimum of about 6.5 feet of ballast space. However, the Endeavor, as well as all of Polar's Endeavor-class ships, are not only double hull compliant, but exceed requirements with almost 10 feet of space between hulls.
There's a lot of money being spent now on oil pollution, and we felt the best answer was to keep the oil out of the water.
And when considering the volume of product being transported, the Endeavor's architects were wise by going above and beyond.
Right now we're standing in one of 12 cargo tanks on the Polar Endeavor. This tank is capable of holding about 80,000 barrels of oil, just over that actually. And in terms of volume, that equates to about 2.5 Goodyear blimps full of cargo oil.
So when it comes to carrying enough oil in one trip for 340,000 cars to drive from Los Angeles to New York, it's really elementary. Two hulls are better than one. A single-hull tanker carries its cargo about an inch from the sea. The Endeavor, when loaded with crude, provides about 10 feet of heavily structured steel void space that separates oil from water. Additionally, on many older tankers, piping used to load and discharge oil runs topside, where joints can loosen due to stress and small leaks may occur. However, cargo piping on the Endeavor was rerouted.
If you take a look around the tank, you'll actually see that there's cargo oil piping right within the tank rather than up on deck. The idea there is to prevent spills of any cargo on deck. If we develop a leak in the pipeline, the oil will leak directly into a tank that already contains the product.
Furthermore, all cargo tanks were designed with a 30-year fatigue life, which exceeds regulatory requirements by 10 years. Polar Tankers knows that having a ship that sets industry standards for technology and engineering doesn't guarantee the safe delivery of their product. In fact, the people of Polar know the most important factor is their people.
It's more than a job to them. They really do it because they want to be here and they want them to be the best ships out there.
The one thing that you have to remember is that you can put as much technology on a ship as you want, but it is not going to keep you out of trouble all the time. You still have a human factor. That is one of the reasons why we man the ships the way we have, why we've come to more of a team approach.
One thing that this ship addressed is a lot of quality of life issues. All the rooms on the ship are identical. All the amenities are identical. There's a single mess hall. Everyone eats together. And that sponsors a feeling of community and teamwork and makes everybody more comfortable in performing and working together.
When we work together, when we socialize together, the communications is better. We have a better understanding of each other's abilities, and the line of communication stays open. Again, the bottom line is, as we work together as a group, the focus is better, and the results are more efficient, and safely.
They're sharp, they're knowledgeable, they're easy to work with, very, very easygoing. They don't lose their cool on the fire. They're good guys. I think they're a top-notch group.
And they are extremely well trained. As long as 2.5 years prior to Endeavor's first load of Alaskan crude, operating personnel were undergoing extensive training in preparation for taking her out.
We have been to the factory that builds these switchboards in Norway. We've been to the factory that builds that switchboard in Italy. We've been to the factory that builds and develops all this automation also in Oslo, Norway. We've been to the factory that builds the propellers and the control system for the propellers here. That's in Sweden. We've taken high voltage training in both in England, Italy, and from the people at Oak Ridge, Tennessee, with nuclear weapons.
The training has been superior. The vessel itself has been model tested prior to being constructed, and all of that data has been put into vessel simulators that actually allow us to operate the vessel in a bridge-type environment. They've been able to send all of us as officers through that training, and we have a chance to actually operate the vessel in a simulated environment.
I tell people sometimes, our captains have more time on the simulator than astronauts.
Now that we've driven it, we find that the modeling was almost exact to what we have now in the actual ship, and we're finding that it's very, very close to what we trained on in the simulator. It's very comforting. To see it actually do what you thought it was going to do is great.
To safely maneuver a ship of this size takes skill, training, and it doesn't hurt to have the most advanced steering and navigational system in the world. On the bridge of the Endeavor, you won't see the captain with his hands on a wheel, but rather a joystick.
You know, the best part from a captain's perspective is the maneuverability of the ship. A twin screw, variable pitch, bow thruster. We also have a sophisticated system incorporating computers, and it's again similar to Star Wars because it's a joystick which controls all 5 pieces of equipment to move the ship, in some cases 90 degrees, to achieve a docking situation.
420, 420.
The ship performs as well or better than we expected. I was at mooring in the Los Angeles area, and the mooring master told me several times that it was the best ship that ever been into their mooring. It's music to my ears.
Polar tankers didn't reinvent the wheelhouse, they just made it better. Borrowing from the design of Norwegian shuttle tankers, Polar completely enclosed the 158-foot bridge, thus protecting the crew from the often severe Gulf of Alaska winter storms, and the electronics from the corrosive salt air. And then, on both ends of the wheelhouse, they installed bridge wing consoles with joystick control.
In the past, we've always been out on the bridge wing and called in orders either by yelling them or by using a microphone or a radio to the wheelhouse and telling them what the rudder and engine commands are. On this ship, we're able to actually go out on the bridge wing, take control of the ship, and operate it from the bridge wing. We actually extend out about 3 feet beyond the side of the ship, and we can see the hull as we lay it alongside.
The integrated bridge not only puts joystick control of the ship at the captain's fingertips, but is designed to provide the bridge watch crew with instant access to all critical control, communication, and navigation systems. The electronics are sophisticated and the acronyms plentiful. To the mariners of Endeavor, ECDIS, ANTS, ARPA, and Nauticon are state-of-the-art tools used to safely navigate a ship through pristine waters and rough seas, and then landed like a butterfly. It's not a job for the faint of heart or an indecisive soul. They must know what to do, when to do it, and how. But they're experienced, extremely well-trained, and with the Endeavor at their disposal of the most advanced tracking and navigation systems available. 3 GPS satellite navigation systems, 2 of which also receive GLONASS, the Russian equivalent to GPS, to ensure redundancy. 2 electronic chart display information systems, capable of performing all navigational functions electronically with a predictor system for advanced warning if the ship should be heading into harm's way. A radar collision avoidance system, an electronic compass system with 2 master gyros backed up by a magnetic compass with remote readout. A global maritime distress and safety radio communication system, an automatic navigation and tracking system, and autopilot, which will steer automatically according to a programmed course and alert the operator should the ship deviate from the prescribed course. And a monitoring system called Nautocomic that integrates all navigation instrumentation and control system alarms. It also displays all pertinent navigational information such as the pitch and RPM of both propellers and bow thrusters, as well as speed, course heading, and helm command. And 6 closed-circuit television cameras constantly monitoring key areas of the tanker.
I don't think that there's a better bridge on the seas. You find that this bridge is more modern than what the U.S. Navy has. The U.S. Navy's, their modern equipments and weapon systems. Ours is in ship handling systems.
It's high-tech on the high seas, all to safely deliver crude oil with the highest level of redundancy and reliability. The Polar Endeavor and its sister ships are the standard by which future tankers for many years will be measured. Twin engines, twin rudders, twin propellers, dual engine control rooms, dual hulls, backup navigation and control, unmatched maneuverability, automation, and a top-notch crew with unprecedented training and a passion for their work.
We take a tremendous deal of pride in what we do and in making the ship as safe as it can be.
I grew up fishing and camping on Kachemak Bay. Never realized I would be transporting oil through Alaskan waters. And I really got lucky working for a company such as I do, just because their level of commitment to the environment has been every bit as much as mine.
It's not just a job. We're doing it because we believe in the project and we really like what we do.
The people out here absolutely think all the time about not doing damage to the environment. And we recognize our responsibility and we take it very seriously. The fact that we have a ship that can help us do that makes life better for all of us. Plus, we intend to keep it that way.
When they see this beautiful blue hull, they can feel very confident that they have one of the safest ships in the world in their waters.
The Chine has already passed this way, an Alaska steamship freighter inbound for Valdez. And in fishing ports from Cordova to Kodiak, the trawlers are tying up for the weekend. It's a long weekend. Today is Good Friday, Sunday Easter. Monday will be Seward Day, the 97th anniversary of Seward's Folly, the purchase of a worthless wilderness for $7 million. There's plenty of wilderness still, but it's hardly worthless. Alaska's on the move, a booming new state.
Revolutionary, White Reef, the Cold Bay, St. Paul Island, Cape Sanchez, Dutch Harbor, Driftwood Bay.
Anchorage International Airport is crowded with people coming and going. One of them, Mrs. Carol Brady, has just been chosen Mrs. Alaska, and the photographers are down to see her off.
Northwest Orient Airlines Flagliner service from Seattle, Tacoma, now arriving.
Others are coming home for the holidays. Among them, Douglas Fleur, until 3 weeks ago, the city's civil defense director. But he resigned and entered private business. Now he's just returning from a trip to the lower 48. In downtown Anchorage, The day is nearly over. At 5:30, Mrs. Blanche Clark leaves the office on her last trip of the day, picking up and delivering film for a photographic lab. Her first stop will be a downtown department store. There are still some buyers lingering in the stores for last-minute Easter shopping. Most people are on their way home. School's out. Work is over. Tonight, the little theater group out at Alaska Methodist University will be playing Our Town. Some are at church, attending Good Friday services. At Valdez, the Chinas come in. Always a red-letter day in the life of the town. For the men, it means the first payday of spring, working cargo in the hold and down on the dock. For the women, it brings fresh fruit and vegetables to Valdez, the first they've seen since winter set in. And for the kids, it's always a little like Christmas. They flock down to the dock when the ship comes in, knowing the deckhands will greet them with fruit and candy. It's dusk, almost too dark for good photography. But aboard the ship, two of the crewmen, Fred Newmayer and Ernest Nelson, unlimber their 8mm movie cameras, trying to get some pictures of the grinning youngsters and their dogs on the dock below. Then, at 5:36, a dozen miles deep, under the mountains north of Prince William Sound, the earth shivers, begins to move. Sinking down into it. Soon, only its mastheads can be seen from the tower. The dock splinters, goes down with it, while crewmen try frantically to reach the peak wall. Out in the Gulf of Alaska, the ocean bottom plunges, then heaves upward a full 50 feet, and a wave starts racing for shore. Smashes it down where the dock had been, then drives it into the heart of town. Fred Newmayer grabs the deck stanchion, holds on for dear life, and keeps his camera running. No one on the dock at Valdez will survive. The longshoremen, the kids, or their dogs. Now the tremor builds, drips like lightning around the 500-mile harbor. In Anchorage, the seismic wave hits Seward, exploding the gas tanks, sending people racing for their lives as a wall of fire and water sweeps into town. It strikes Kodiak later. First, a high silent tide. Then a 40-foot monster thundering up the channel, turning town and harbor into a crazy whirlpool of capsized boats and floating buildings. All the clocks have stopped at 5:36. And so has everything else. Alaska's been hit by a natural force equal to 10 million atomic bombs of the size that leveled Hiroshima. the greatest shock to hit this continent within the 20th century. Our town at 5:45. Two people lie dead under the concrete slabs, fallen from this storefront in Anchorage. But a third, Blanche Clark, by some miracle, is still alive inside this crushed car. Already passers-by are trying to free her before more loose slabs come plunging down. Others are rallying too. At 5:47, the first mobile unit of RACIE, the Radio Amateur Civil Emergency Service, pulls up in front of the State Civil Defense Office on 5th Avenue.
7th DGA, TV station. This is an emergency. Station on this frequency. KL78, Peter Victor Mobile. WCD. You are active. You go to Elmshore. Sunset 25 seconds.
Robert Zisler, Alaskan Warning Officer for National Civil Defense at Ellendorf Air Force Base.
Alaska Warning Center calling all stations, Any of those stations that are on, please come in.
No contact.
Alaska Warning Center calling all
The
stations.
fleet hasn't knocked out our northern defense. The Commander-in-Chief, Alaska, still retains full control of his air defense forces through alternate communication channels. But for the moment, Risley's own circuits are out. Now darkness has fallen. At Providence Hospital on the edge of town, an emergency generator has kicked in to keep the hospital alive. All the others in Anchorage have lost power, heat, light, and water. In the next few hours, Providence will be called on to supply emergency treatment for nearly 300 victims of the quake. Among them, Blanche Clark. Rescuers have finally managed to pry the concrete slabs apart, and a acetylene torch has cut her out of her car. Still alive, in spite of a broken neck and arm, 3 fractured ribs, and shock. The 2 military bases at Anchorage, Fort Richardson and Ellendorf Air Force Base, are both hard hit. But as the size of the disaster begins to come clear, Alaska Command alerts military police, medics, signalmen, and engineers, mountain rescue troops. The National Guard, just finishing up 2 weeks of training at Camp Denali, is ready too. And trucks and ambulances begin rolling out toward the city. In the Gopher Hole, the emergency communication center in the basement at State Civil Defense, shortwave operators are picking up first reports from pilots flying over the devastated areas.
Again, we received the entire port facility has just been wiped out. There simply isn't a port there anymore. The quake has generated sea waves up to 30 to 35 feet, irregular time intervals. Is that correct? 01, we'll try and approach. If unable, we'll return to behind.
They're still unable to make contact with the outside world. Not even with the capital at Juneau, where Don Lowell, the state civil defense director, is trying desperately to get through. The entire civil defense staff in this, the largest state in the Union, consists of exactly 6 trained professionals, 2 secretaries. On the local level, Seward, Kodiak, and Valdez each have only 1 part-time worker. The city of Anchorage has none. No replacement for Doug Clover has been hired. But the man who no longer holds the job is doing it anyway. Already, Clover's made a downtown damage survey for John L. Cantor, the governor's aide, and delivered a load of emergency medical supplies to Providence Hospital. Now, in front of State Civil Defense, he runs into George Chirac, the mayor of Anchorage, is drafted back into duty. The public safety building at 6th and C is one of the few in Anchorage with emergency power. City officials are pouring in now. So is military assistance. Station KFQD has returned to the air on auxiliary diesel power, begun broadcasting emergency messages, and other Anchorage radio stations are joining in.
It's also important that you will not go into the downtown area. You will not be admitted. The downtown area has been blocked.
A heart rate station is being set up at the old First Federal Savings and Loan Building at 5th Avenue and A Street. A doctor is needed there as soon as possible.
Coordinator is desperately needed at Providence Hospital.
Don't sit out in your car. Get under cover now.
All structural and architectural engineers for the U.S. District of Army Engineers are to report to room 111, the District of Engineers building in
There's a major disaster area. They have no heat, no fuel, no power.
At 8:30 in the Combat Center, Bob Risley begins contact with Don Lowell in Juneau.
How many boarding points do you have on right now, Don? Nome, Fairbanks, Bethel, Juneau, Sitka, Ketchikan, and Palmer.
Then he begins relaying the first civilian reports of the disaster to California and Washington.
Roger. Warning center out.
Still, no one's been able to get through to some of the missing towns.
Two parties together. Valdez. Is that a paramedic you have on the WS?
KL7 Easy Peter Bob is the only station I know of in Valdez. I don't know if you guys hear off time.
Gerald, I presume you can hear me. Is there any indication or sign of fire at Seward?
We received this report through the city manager here in Anchorage that both the oil tanks and docks are on fire at Seward.
In Resurrection Day, the oil-soaked pilings are floating like candles in the night. And roaring oil tanks light up the sky at Whittier and Valdez. In Valdez Harbor, the Chena rides at anchor at the end of an incredible journey. 3 times bounced off the bottom of the bay, driven into town and out again. And yet, through luck and seamanship, still alive, afloat. And in the Pacific, the seismic sea waves are running, smashing at the shores. In Hawaii and all along the west coast, civil defense workers and state troopers are spreading the warning. But on a beach in Oregon, 4 children are swept away. At midnight, the tide of war hits Crescent City, California, and another dozen people are dead. But all through the night, the crests keep hitting Alaska hardest. And so does the Earth itself.
We're getting another earthquake. We're getting another real shaking. This whole tower is bouncing around like a ham on a hook here. This is bouncing around.
There'll be 4 major aftershocks during the night and a dozen minor tremors. But mountain rescue troops and civilian volunteers keep moving in darkness through the dangerous ruins, searching for dead and injured.
Reporting that an elderly lady with somebody in that neighborhood, please check her home for safety.
We're 7 years old. Can't find any.
Please report that a high voltage power line is down on Northern Lights Boulevard. You control one.
Mr. Fisher has lost their children. They can't find them. Their home went off the block.
We have more military personnel arriving here at 6 and Jim, 24-5 busload. And also some trucks and heavy equipment coming in.
The people need it. For many, there'll be no sleep tonight, or for 72 hours to come.
We do want to remind the key personnel to report at the public safety building. It is at this
At 3 in the morning, they come down the stairs.
will be made.
The city manager, the mayor, Lieutenant General Raymond Reeves, Commander-in-Chief of Alaska Command, controlling all military forces on this frontier. Representatives of the utility companies and other key civic leaders. They meet in a darkened basement room to set the essential priorities for tomorrow, which things will have to be done first to put the shaken city back on its feet. Some problems can't even wait till tomorrow.
Anybody that right now that doesn't have a place to stay, if they will contact the fire station immediately. We have places at the Armory, we have places at the National Guard hangar, we have places at the Carpenter's Hall.
This is just to bring blankets along with linens, extra food, and first aid kits.
Tyler, we're wondering up here at KEI Studios about the number of people who are being housed now in the emergency shelters. Does anyone have a figure on that?
I don't know, man. I have no idea. I'm just terrified.
I've been told by members of the civil defense that tomorrow the teams will go out and evaluate what has happened, and that is to buildings, to homes. We don't know right now how many people have been killed in this thing.
No one can know. The darkness hides it all. Only daylight can bring the answer. At dawn Saturday, Governor William Egan arrives in Anchorage to take charge of relief and rescue operations. He brings Don Lowell and other key officials with him, sets up his command post at State Civil Defense. Overnight, the organization's mushroomed from just 6 people to nearly 150. The building's too small to hold them. 4 huge house trailers are brought in for the overflow. And the Army moves in emergency communications. No one really knows yet what has to be faced. But the helicopters have been taking off since dawn. And now, in the cold gray light of Saturday morning, Alaska learns the answer. The Alaska Railroad. Soon, it looked like this the morning after.
I could see Seward and just a mass of flames, and I just wondered if first the rail had come to an end. I saw this huge wave. It was water, lumber, and debris just coming down like it was just going to engulf me. And then there was a monstrous roar, and I looked up, and miles of beaches had just caved in like an elevator had gone down. It was fantastic. I can't really describe it.
Seward, after shock and fire and 6 tidal waves. To the west, Kodiak Harbor. In the morning of Kodiak, they remember it this way.
And suddenly, here comes this first board. And then the whole thing went, of course, right through that channel. And boats and houses and stuff were just sweeping down there. It looked to be about 50 miles an hour.
4 or 5 boats running in a bunch. And you'd see them just going out the channel for all they were worth. And 2 minutes later, here they come back again. You'd see one running backwards and one running forward. And all they were trying to do was keep from hitting each other.
My boat kept getting hit by debris in the backwash. I didn't mind the little stuff, but then I got hit by the Standard Oil building. Lousy thing, she cracked my bow.
Kodiak, home port for 100 fishing vessels. Now more than half lie stranded or awash. No trace of the other 40 will ever be found. Anchorage. Turnagain by the sea, the fashionable suburb just southwest of town. Built on a bluff overlooking Cook Inlet, on top of a bed of greasy blue clay. The quakes turned it into quivering jelly. The whole shoreline's collapsed out toward the bay. Some houses have traveled 1,200 feet, strewing their wreckage behind them. The fault runs into the city toward the heart of town. 4th Avenue in the downtown business district. One whole side of the street has dropped from 10 to 30 feet. A modern department store opened less than a year ago. Here, Blanche Clark was trapped in her car. A new hotel. They say it swayed a dozen feet at the top, but still it survived. The Four Seasons didn't. A luxury apartment building still under construction. Luckily, no casualties here. The workers had knocked off only half an hour before the quake. The first tenants were to move in next month. The toll mounts. Whittier, 11 dead. Cordova, Seldovia, badly damaged. And Valdez? Valdez. This is the pier where the Chino was moored.
All I could see down there was the ship up in the air and then down and then back up again. I could see dry building up above the dock. And then she came down and when she rolled back the other way, they saw her complete bottom.
Oh, I saw maybe a dozen people turn and break for the beach. And they had the littlest chance. My eyes can't seem to get rid of it.
Alaska, the morning after. Already help's on the way. General Reeves has promised full support from all elements of his Alaskan command. And General Ned Moore of U.S. Army Alaska is airlifting rescue forces into Valdez and Seward. One relief column is battering its way down the wrecked highway toward Portage. Another is rolling into Anchorage. On Kodiak Island, headquarters for the Alaska Sea Frontier, the naval base lies half flooded by tidal wave action. But still, more than 1,000 men are detailed to help in civilian rescue operations. There's been no looting, and there'll be no martial law. The military is there, but only to help. And all of it will be channeled through civilian authority. In downtown Anchorage, rescue teams and engineers are still searching the ruins for victims, checking off the unsafe buildings as they go.
It's also important that you do not go into the downtown area. You will not be admitted. The downtown area has been blocked off, and police will issue summonses if that is indicated. No one, we repeat, no one will be allowed to enter any building bearing a red sign of condemnation.
At the Public Safety Building, still some confusion. Nearly 200 would-be volunteers milling around, waiting to be told what to do. Some finally grab armbands, just take off on their own. Doug Clore finds it impossible to spare much time for them now. He's got more urgent matters in mind.
A special announcement from Anchorage Civil Defense Office upon directive of most netting that any water area is in effect at this time. The inlet is now covered with a layer of gasoline.
One spark, and the whole harbor could go off like sewage. But Doug Clore digs up some surplus hose. The Coast Guard and firemen begin flushing the gasoline away. Another hazard, leaking gas mains shattered by the quake, and the house explodes.
on it, and then at one time...
Already Army water tanks from Fort Richardson are fanning out through the town to relieve the serious water shortage.
And if anyone needs any water, to bring their bucket down there and fill them up, it's on the house.
Army field kitchens are filling another gap. There's no gas or electricity for cooking, so field units are there to feed the hungry, the homeless, the hundreds of volunteer rescue workers. In Anchorage alone, they'll serve 55,000 meals this weekend. Now, 100 other relief operations are underway, civilian, military, governmental. And under the governor's direction, the staff at State Civil Defense has the complicated task of coordinating them all, working out the logistics of supply, then relaying requirements through the Mars military stations at Richardson and Elmendorf. Needed: typhoid serum, water and sewer pipe, sanitation equipment, food, clothing, auxiliary generators, a gas leak detector, 1,000 other urgent needs. 2,000 miles south, the first planes already are beginning to load up. The White House has alerted all departments of the government, all branches of the military, to stand ready for maximum assistance. At Point Mugu in California, a battalion of Seabees emplanes for Kodiak Naval Station. From Seattle, food and clothing from a half a dozen states, the gas leak detector from Texas. Anchorage International Airport. The control tower is down. 1 million gallons of jet fuel spilled near the runway. Incoming planes must land at Elmendorf Air Force Base. One of the first ones in, Air Force One. The President's been awakened twice in the night for early bulletins on the emergency, and at dawn he's officially declared Alaska a major disaster area. Led his personal plane to Senators Greening and Bartlett. House Representative Rivers on the west coast where the disaster struck will be coming in on a separate flight. With the two senators, Edward McDermott, the director of the Office of Emergency Planning, responsible for coordinating all federal assistance in natural disasters. Their assignment? To tour the stricken areas, make a first-hand survey of the damage, then fly directly back to Washington to make a personal report to the President. Victims from the outlying areas begin to pour in. Some of the injured are airlifted down to Seattle. Others into Anchorage and Providence Hospital. Jack King of Valdez, one of the men aboard the Chena when the wave tossed it into town. A longshoreman working deep in the hold, trapped and crushed under shifting cargo. Now he's barely breathing, and both of his feet are gone. But still an uncommon man. Feet or no feet, he's sworn he'll walk down the street in Valdez again, and do it under his own power. Now the problem's to keep him alive. Huge areas in the quake zone are still unheard from, and the Civil Air Patrol swings into action.
Please don't forget about 12 people at the Fort Ellsworth airstrip on Lake Clark, estimated 175 miles southwest of Anchorage. That message is signed.
In the next 10 days, the volunteer pilots of the CAP will fly search and rescue missions equal to 3.5 trips around the world. The military effort will be even larger. 50,000 square miles have been shattered by the quake. And now, Air Force, Army, and Navy are joining the Coast Guard and civilians in covering every inch. Surveying damage, dropping supplies, seeking survivors isolated back in the bush and along the tide-wrecked coast. Whole villages have disappeared. Chenega off Prince William Sound. The beach looks like a logged-over forest, but the stumps are foundation pilings, for houses no longer there. 23 people died here, 13 of them children. The only building left, the schoolhouse, 90 feet high on the hill, and spray from the seismic waves even reached there. On Saturday night at Kodiak Naval Base, the refugees begin to come in. The native fishing villages at Old Harbor, Kaguyak, Afognak, Uzinki have all been swept away. 2 fishing vessels have picked the natives up and finally brought them to safety. They're still stunned, unable to talk.
What is your name, sir? What happened to Kaguya?
No words left. But now, at last, there's food and clothing, and finally a warm place to sleep.
Did you get a jacket? That ought to keep you good and warm. Here you go.
Easter Sunday. The earth's still shaking. There have been a score of tremors since the big one. Some sharp, some small, but all enough to keep people on edge.
Don't get shook up, as I said. If you see the sailors moving a little bit, just stick around. If you see the village start shaking, then take off. But let me be the quarterback and let me call the shots. Take it easy. Watch yourselves, don't do anything rash. And above all, remember all those who are in need. If any of you need any help, I have quite a few telephone numbers with people who are willing to give shelter or are willing to give food. If any of you need any help, please stop by and see me, and we'll get you back on the road. And we Almighty God the Father, Son, and
The second day. Time to begin picking up the pieces. The small pieces of people's lives. In some cases, all that's left. At Turnagain by the sea, the postman's still delivering the mail. But 150 addresses aren't there.
And I don't believe all the bombers of World War II could have done this much damage. Some of the people thought an atomic bomb had gone off at the time.
People's values have changed considerably. A home has no value, a car has no value. The main thing is what you have left. If you have your wife and your family, you're rich.
Most people here have taken one look and given up everything for lost. But now volunteer rescue teams have stepped in to save everything that can be packed up. More important than cleanup, the question of health. Civil Defense has arranged for emergency supplies of typhoid serum to be flown in to stave off the threat of epidemic. And in Seward, Anchorage, Kodiak, Valdez, the people and the children line up. Now the long-distance lines, the telegraph wires, the shortwave sets, they're all swamped with messages from in and out of the earthquake zone and all the other 49 states. People anxiously trying to find out what's happened to missing relatives and friends.
Yes, I'm Elizabeth Johnson. Please come to the Anchorage Hospital, the AMS Hospital.
My nephew, Lieutenant Mike Clark, and wife, okay, if possible. I don't know if this is possible or not, but they are in Anchorage, and connected with Fort Richard.
Airline people are safe, and they are...
Now, toward the end of the second day, the planes start streaming in from the lower 48, bringing food, supplies, water, and irrigation pipe, 100 kinds of equipment. The biggest load, a 330,000-pound Bailey Bridge for the engineers to restore the highway to Kenai. Before this huge airlift's over, Air Force, MAX, and other military planes will bring in more than 1.5 million pounds of supplies. And the effort will go on day and night for the next 2 weeks until the emergency's over. All federal assistance is being channeled through the state authorities, and Governor Egan has appointed Don Lowell as his official coordinator, responsible for funneling the aid wherever it's needed most. And so on Fifth Avenue, they're heading into their third straight sleepless night. Monday, Seward Day, the 97th anniversary of the Alaskan Purchase. The week when the town of Seward had planned to celebrate a brand new honor, its selection as an All-America City. Now, instead, every able-bodied man is drafted to clean up the mess. The same in Anchorage.
Once again, we would like to call for laborers with shovels. Report to the public safety building and register, and then...
In the ruined areas along 4th and 5th, all buildings have been red flagged since Saturday morning. Too dangerous to enter. The ground's still slipping. But now, merchants have permission to try to retrieve their stocks, and volunteer helpers pitch in. The third day since the quake, the initial shocks had time to wear off, and now the reaction sets in. Some show it with signs, others put it in words.
I was talking on the phone, and then the thing started. He said, hey, we got a little earthquake. I said, yeah. And we talked for a little time, and then we both said, whoop, see you.
We're used to the shakes, but when the warm champagne started to explode, we went up the doors. And I mean all the doors.
You know, my sense of humor when I got home, 2 houses from my house, there was a neighbor of ours, and she was really, really shaken to the roots, and of course we all were, but I thought, well, there's no point being ultra serious about all this. So when I drove up trying to get home, I said, so what's new? And I lost a friend.
Alaskans will need their sense of humor, their sense of courage too, especially people like Blanche Clark, remembering the moments inside that crushed car.
Miss Clark, how long was it then before help came?
Well, it didn't seem very long. A lady and a couple of children went by, and they said, I wonder if there's anyone in that car, and I called out because I wanted them to know that I was there, and they said that they were sure that help would be right along.
You seem in pretty good spirits. How do you feel about the future now?
Oh, you can't keep Alaskans down.
Loss of life's been miraculously low. In the final count, only 115 dead or missing. But the damage suffered is something else.
That if somebody spits over here, the whole damn thing will collapse. What we should do, if somebody's got enough guts, I might even have to guts once in a while too. I'm an idiot by nature. Tie on it to a few of these posts and let's get it from cast 200 feet away and pull it down.
Alaskans have risen superbly to their crisis. State and local authorities and civil defense, all the civic groups, Red Cross, Salvation Army, and thousands of volunteers. But in one sense, Alaska's been lucky. As the state closest to possible enemy attack, it's heavily garrisoned. And the Alaskan Command has poured in military manpower and equipment unstintingly to help pull it through this crisis. But the loss too staggering for any state to bear alone. Now the national government will have to take a hand. Alaska needs help, and it'll get it. In the time ahead, federal assistance in one form or another will run to more than $350 million. But inevitably, the bigger part of the job ahead must be done by Alaskans themselves. And so, on Monday evening, a whirring
events of the past 75 hours. Now it is time to take a good hard look at the future and what is being accomplished to restore our communities and our lives.
Time to begin again. For Blanche Clark, it'll take 3 months to leave this hospital bed. For Jack King of Valdez, still longer. It'll be Labor Day, 5 months away before he'll finally walk out on brand new feet. The last victim of the quake to leave Providence Hospital. But ready at last for what he's sworn to do. To walk down the street in Valdez again, and do it under his own power. In Chiniga and the other native villages, they'll mourn the lost, and then start thinking of life again.
God is our hope and our strength. Therefore we will not fear, though the earth be moved, and though the hills be carried into the midst of the sea.
75 hours. 3 endless days of crisis are over. The long, long work of recovery still stretches ahead. But the rebuilding can begin tomorrow. Now it's time for a little sleep.
Protected from the often turbulent Gulf of Alaska by Hinchinbrook Island here on the distant left, and the 50-mile-long Montague Island on the distant right. It is flanked on the west, north, and east sides by the towering Kenai and Chuketch Mountains, reaching over 13,000 feet high. These mountains capture moisture from the North Pacific and give birth to the highest concentration of tidewater glaciers in Alaska. Its many islands, bays, and inlets create an unbelievable 2,500 miles of heavily convoluted coastline. The Sound is also the world's northernmost temperate rainforest, where Sitka spruce, western, and mountain hemlock dominate. Over 300 major streams flow from the mountains into Prince William Sound. Along with its fish hatcheries, they produce over 1 billion salmon fry each year. The Sound is long recognized as one of the most biologically productive and environmentally sensitive ecosystems on Earth. More than 200 species of birds are documented in the Sound, including 111 species of waterfowl. It is a sanctuary for 10 species of marine mammals, including sea lions, whales, seals, porpoises, and otters. It is the home to more than 30 species of land mammals, including black bear, mountain goat, fox, wolf, lynx, deer, beaver, mink, marmots, marten, and porcupine. Prince William Sound is truly unique on the planet, not only for its unmatched scenic and wildlife wonders, but because of its unmatched natural and human-caused disasters. Here on the east side of Yanaqua Inlet, on Good Friday, March 1964, the second most powerful earthquake ever recorded had its epicenter in north central Prince William Sound, here under Miners Lake. Tidal waves devastated coastal habitats and communities, while the ocean floor was torn asunder. In the year 2000, the NOAA ship Rainier revealed the magnitude of this cataclysmic event when it documented uplifted areas as high as 31 feet here in Montague Strait. Exactly 25 years later, 4 minutes after midnight on Good Friday, another disaster would occur. On a calm, cloudless night, known hazards. Industry's quest for higher profits and government's acquiescence to demands for less regulations was nowhere to be seen. Within 1 week, 900 square miles of once pristine coastline was on policies related to oil terminal operations. It played a leading role in establishing a world-class system of escort tugs for tankers.